ABRAHAM LINCOLN 10 Anecdotes. Being the appendix to Speeches and Letters of Abraham Lincoln, 1832 1865, by Abraham Lincoln, edited by Merwin Rowe, 1907. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Number 1. Lincoln's entry into Richmond the day after it was taken, as described at that time by a writer in the Atlantic Monthly. They gathered around the President, ran ahead, hovered about the flanks of the little company, and hung like a dark cloud upon the rear. Men, women, and children joined the constantly increasing throng. They came from all the by-streets, running in breathless haste, shouting and hallooing and dancing with delight. The men threw up their hats, the women waved their bonnets and handkerchiefs, clapped their hands, and sang, "Glory to God, glory, glory," rendering all the praise to God, who had heard their wailings in the past, their moanings for wives, husbands, children, and friends sold out of their sight, had given them freedom, and after long years of waiting had permitted them thus unexpectedly to behold the face of their great benefactor. "I thank you, dear Jesus, that I behold President Lincoln," was the exclamation of a woman who stood upon the threshold of her humble home, and with streaming eyes and clasped hands gave thanks aloud to the Saviour of men. Another, more demonstrative in her joy, was jumping and striking her hands with all her might, crying, "Bless the Lord, bless the Lord, bless the Lord," as if there could be no end to her thanksgiving. The air rang with a tumultuous chorus of voices. The street became almost impassable on account of the increasing multitude, till soldiers were summoned to clear the way. The walk was long, and the President halted a moment to rest. "May the good Lord bless you, President Lincoln," said an old negro, removing his hat and bowing, with tears of joy rolling down his cheeks. The President removed his own hat and bowed in silence, but it was a bow which upset the forms, laws, customs, and ceremonies of centuries. It was a death shock to chivalry and a mortal wound to caste. "Recognize a nigger! Faugh!" A woman in an adjoining house beheld it, and turned from the scene in unspeakable disgust. Number 2. You don't wear hoops, and I will pardon your brother. The following 9 anecdotes were related by Frank B. Carpenter, the painter, who, while executing his picture of the first reading in Cabinet Council of the Emancipation Proclamation, had the freedom of Mr. Lincoln's private office, and saw much of the President while he posed, and whose relations with him became of an intimate character. A distinguished citizen of Ohio had an appointment with the President one evening at 6 o'clock. As he entered the vestibule of the White House, his attention was attracted by a poorly clad young woman who was violently sobbing. He asked her the cause of her distress. She said she had been ordered away by the servants after vainly waiting many hours to see the President about her only brother, who had been condemned to death. Her story was this. She and her brother were foreigners and orphans. They had been in this country several years. Her brother enlisted in the army, but through bad influences was induced to desert. He was captured, tried, and sentenced to be shot, the old story. The poor girl had obtained the signatures of some persons who had formerly known him to a petition for a pardon, and alone had come to Washington to lay the cause before the President. Thronged as the waiting rooms always were, she had passed the long hours of 2 days trying in vain to get an audience, and had at length been ordered away. The gentleman's feelings were touched. He said to her that he had come to see the President, but did not know as he should succeed. He told her, however, to follow him upstairs, and he would see what could be done for her. Just before reaching the door, Mr. Lincoln came out, and meeting his friend, said good-humoredly, "Are you not ahead of time?" The gentleman showed him his watch, with the hand upon the hour of 6. "Well," returned Mr. Lincoln, "I have been so busy to day that I have not had time to get a lunch. Go in and sit down, and I will be back directly." The gentleman made the young woman to accompany him into the office, and when they were seated, said to her, "Now, my good girl, I want you to muster all the courage you have in the world. When the President comes back, he will sit down in that arm-chair. I shall get up to speak to him, and as I do so, you must force yourself between us and insist upon the examination of your papers, telling him it is a case of life and death, and admits of no delay." These instructions were carried out to the letter. Mr. Lincoln was at first somewhat surprised at the apparent forwardness of the young woman, but observing her distressed appearance, he ceased conversation with his friend, and commenced an examination of the document she had placed in his hands. Glancing from it to the face of the petitioner, whose tears had broken forth afresh, he studied its expression for a moment, and then his eye fell upon her scanty but neat dress. Instantly his face lighted up. "My poor girl," said he, "you have come here with no governor, no senator, or member of Congress to plead your cause. You seem honest and truthful, and you don't wear hoops. And I will be whipped, but I will pardon your brother." 3. His joy in giving a pardon. One night Schuyler Colfax left all other business to ask him to respite the son of a constituent who was sentenced to be shot at Davenport for desertion. He heard the story with his usual patience, though he was wearied out with incessant calls and anxious for rest, and then replied, "Some of our generals complain that I impair discipline and subordination in the army by my pardons and respites, but it makes me rested, after a hard day's work, if I can find some good excuse for saving a man's life, and I go to bed happy as I think how joyous the signing of my name will make him and his family and his friends." And with a happy smile beaming over that care-furrowed face, he signed that name that saved that life. 4. His simplicity and unostentatiousness. The simplicity and absence of all ostentation on the part of Mr. Lincoln is well illustrated by an incident which occurred on the occasion of a visit he made to Commodore Porter at Fortress Monroe. Noticing that the banks of the river were dotted with flowers, he said, "Commodore, Tad," the pet name for his youngest son, who had accompanied him on the excursion, "is very fond of flowers. Won't you let a couple of men take a boat and go with him for an hour or two along the banks of the river and gather the flowers?" Look at this picture, and then endeavor to imagine the head of a European nation making a similar request in this humble way of one of his subordinates. 5. A penitent man can be pardoned. One day I took a couple of friends from New York upstairs who wished to be introduced to the President. It was after the hour for business calls, and we found him alone, and for once at leisure. Soon after the introduction, one of my friends took occasion to endorse very decidedly the President's amnesty proclamation, which had been severely censured by many friends of the Administration. Mr. S.'s approval touched Mr. Lincoln. He said, with a great deal of emphasis and with an expression of countenance I shall never forget, "When a man is sincerely penitent for his misdeeds, and gives satisfactory evidence of the same, he can safely be pardoned, and there is no exception to the rule." 6. Keep silence, and we'll get you safe across. At the White House one day some gentlemen were present from the West, excited and troubled about the commissions and omissions of the Administration. The President heard them patiently, and then replied: "Gentlemen, suppose all the property you were worth was in gold, and you had put it in the hands of Blondin to carry across the Niagara River on a rope. Would you shake the cable, or keep shouting out to him, 'Blondin, stand up a little straighter! Blondin, stoop a little more! Go a little faster! Lean a little more to the north! Lean a little more to the south!' No, you would hold your breath as well as your tongue, and keep your hands off until he was safe over. The government are carrying an immense weight. Untold treasures are in their hands. They are doing the very best they can. Don't badger them. Keep silence, and we'll get you safe across." 7. Rebuff to a man with a small claim. During a public reception, a farmer from one of the border counties of Virginia told the President that the Union soldiers, in passing his farm, had helped themselves not only to hay, but his horse, and he hoped the President would urge the proper officers to consider his claim immediately. Mr. Lincoln said that this reminded him of an old acquaintance of his, Jack Chase, who used to be a lumberman on the Illinois, a steady, sober man, and the best raftsman on the river. It was quite a trick, 25 years ago, to take the logs over the rapids. But he was skilful with a raft, and always kept her straight in the channel. Finally a steamer was put on, and Jack was made captain of her. He always used to take the wheel going through the rapids. One day, when the boat was plunging and wallowing along the boiling current, and Jack's utmost vigilance was being exercised to keep her in the narrow channel, a boy pulled his coat tail and hailed him with, "Say, Mr. Captain, I wish you would just stop your boat a minute. I've lost my apple overboard." 8. The President's silence over criticisms. The President was once speaking about an attack made on him by the Committee on the Conduct of the War for a certain alleged blunder, or something worse, in the Southwest, the matter involved being one which had fallen directly under the observation of the officer to whom he was talking, who possessed official evidence, completely upsetting all the conclusions of the committee. "Might it not be well for me," queried the officer, "to set this matter right in a letter to some paper, stating the facts as they actually transpired?" "Oh, no," replied the President, "at least not now. If I were to try to read, much less answer, all the attacks made on me, this shop might as well be closed for any other business. I do the very best I know how, the very best I can, and I mean to keep doing so until the end. If the end brings me out all right, what is said against me won't amount to anything. If the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels swearing I was right would make no difference." 9. Glad of it. On the occasion when the telegram from Cumberland Gap reached Mr. Lincoln that "firing was heard in the direction of Knoxville," he remarked that he was glad of it. Some person present, who had the perils of Burnside's position uppermost in his mind, could not see why Mr. Lincoln should be glad of it, and so expressed himself. "Why, you see," responded the President, "it reminds me of Mistress Sally Ward, a neighbor of mine, who had a very large family. Occasionally one of her numerous progeny would be heard crying in some out-of-the-way place, upon which Mrs. Ward would exclaim, 'There's one of my children that isn't dead yet.'" 10. His democratic bearing. The evening before I left Washington an incident occurred illustrating very perfectly the character of the man. For 2 days my large painting had been on exhibition, upon its completion, in the East Room, which had been thronged with visitors. Late in the afternoon of the second day, the Black Horse Cavalry escort drew up as usual in front of the portico, preparatory to the President's leaving for the Soldiers' Home, where he spent the midsummer nights. While the carriage was waiting, I looked around for him, wishing to say a farewell word, knowing that I should have no other opportunity. Presently I saw him standing half way between the portico and the gateway leading to the War Department, leaning against the iron fence, one arm thrown over the railing and one foot on the stone coping which supports it, evidently having been intercepted on his way in from the War Department by a plain-looking man who was giving him, very diffidently, an account of a difficulty which he had been unable to have rectified. While waiting, I walked out leisurely to the President's side. He said very little to the man, but was intently studying the expression of his face while he was narrating his trouble. When he had finished, Mr. Lincoln said to him, "Have you a blank card?" The man searched his pockets, but finding none, a gentleman standing near, who had overheard the question, came forward and said, "Here is one, Mr. President." Several persons had, in the meantime, gathered round. Taking the card and a pencil, Mr. Lincoln sat down upon the stone coping, which is not more than 5 or 6 inches above the pavement, presenting almost the appearance of sitting upon the pavement itself, and wrote an order upon the card to the proper official to examine this man's case. While writing this, I observed several persons passing down the promenade, smiling at each other, at what I presume they thought the undignified appearance of the head of the nation, who, however, seemed utterly unconscious either of any impropriety in the action, or of attracting any attention. To me it was not only a touching picture of the native goodness of the man, but of innate nobility of character, exemplified not so much by a disregard of conventionalities as in unconsciousness that there could be any breach of etiquette or dignity in the manner of an honest attempt to serve or secure justice to a citizen of the Republic, however humble he may be. End of Abraham Lincoln, 10 Anecdotes, read by David Wales.
The Breeze on Beachy Head by Richard Jefferies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Breeze on Beachy Head. The waves coming round the promontory before the west wind still give the idea of a flowing stream, as they did in Homer's days. Here beneath the cliff, standing where beach and sand meet, it is still. The wind passes 600 feet overhead. But yonder, every larger wave rolling before the breeze breaks over the rocks. A white line of spray rushes along them, gleaming in the sunshine. For a moment the dark rock wall disappears, till the spray sinks. The sea seems higher than the spot where I stand, its surface on a higher level, raised like a green mound, as if it could burst in and occupy the space up to the foot of the cliff in a moment. It will not do so, I know, but there is an infinite possibility about the sea. It may do what it is not recorded to have done. It is not to be ordered, it may overleap the bounds human observation has fixed for it. It has a potency unfathomable. There is still something in it not quite grasped and understood, something still to be discovered, a mystery. So the white spray rushes along the low, broken wall of rocks, the sun gleams on the flying fragments of the wave, again it sinks and the rhythmic motion holds the mind, as an invisible force holds back the tide. A faith of expectancy, a sense that something may drift up from the unknown, a large belief in the unseen resources of the endless space out yonder, soothes the mind with dreamy hope. The little rules and little experiences, all the petty ways of narrow life, are shut off behind by the ponderous and impassable cliff. As if we had dwelt in the dim light of a cave, but coming out at last to look at the sun, a great stone had fallen and closed the entrance, so that there was no return to the shadow. The impassable precipice shuts off our former selves of yesterday, forcing us to look out over the sea only, or up to the deeper heaven. These breadths draw out the soul. We feel that we have wider thoughts than we knew. The soul has been living, as it were, in a nutshell, all unaware of its own power, and now suddenly finds freedom in the sun and the sky. Straight, as if sawn down from turf to beach, the cliff shuts off the human world, for the sea knows no time and no era. You cannot tell what century it is from the face of the sea. A Roman trireme suddenly rounding the white edge–line of chalk, borne on wind and oar from the Isle of Wight towards the grey castle at Pevensey, already old in olden days, would not seem strange. What wonder could surprise us coming from the wonderful sea? The little rills winding through the sand have made an islet of a detached rock by the beach; limpets cover it, adhering like rivet heads. In the stillness here, under the roof of the wind so high above, the sound of the sand draining itself is audible. From the cliff blocks of chalk have fallen, leaving hollows as when a knot drops from a beam. They lie crushed together at the base, and on the point of this jagged ridge a wheatear perches. There are ledges 300 feet above, and from these now and then a jackdaw glides out and returns again to his place, where, when still and with folded wings, he is but a speck of black. A spire of chalk still higher stands out from the wall, but the rains have got behind it and will cut the crevice deeper and deeper into its foundation. Water, too, has carried the soil from under the turf at the summit over the verge, forming brown streaks. Upon the beach lies a piece of timber, part of a wreck. The wood is torn and the fibres rent where it was battered against the dull edge of the rocks. The heat of the sun burns, thrown back by the dazzling chalk. The river of ocean flows ceaselessly, casting the spray over the stones. The unchanged sky is blue. Let us go back and mount the steps at the gap, and rest on the sward there. I feel that I want the presence of grass. The sky is a softer blue, and the sun genial now the eye and the mind alike are relieved, the one of the strain of too great solitude, not the solitude of the woods, the other of too brilliant and hard a contrast of colours. Touch but the grass and the harmony returns; it is repose after exaltation. A vessel comes round the promontory. It is not a trireme of old Rome, nor the fair and stately galley Count Arnaldus hailed with its seamen singing the mystery of the sea. It is but a brig in ballast, high out of the water, black of hull and dingy of sail. Still it is a ship, and there is always an interest about a ship. She is so near, running along but just outside the reef, that the deck is visible. Up rises her stern as the billows come fast and roll under; then her bow lifts, and immediately she rolls, and loosely swaying with the sea, drives along. The slope of the billow now behind her is white with the bubbles of her passage, rising too from her rudder. Steering athwart with a widening angle from the land, she is laid to clear the distant point of Dungeness. Next a steamer glides forth, unseen till she passed the cliff; and thus each vessel that comes from the westward has the charm of the unexpected. Eastward there is many a sail working slowly into the wind, and as they approach, talking in the language of flags with the watch on the summit of the head. Once now and then the Great Orient pauses on her outward route to Australia, slowing her engines. The immense length of her hull contains every adjunct of modern life. Science, skill, and civilization are there. She starts, and is lost sight of round the cliff, gone straight away for the very ends of the world. The incident is forgotten, when one morning, as you turn over the newspaper, there is the Orient announced to start again. It is like a tale of enchantment. It seems but yesterday that the head hid her from view. You have scarcely moved, attending to the daily routine of life, and scarce recognise that time has passed at all. In so few hours has the earth been encompassed. The sea gulls as they settle on the surface ride high out of the water, like the mediaeval caravels, with their sterns almost as tall as the masts. Their unconcerned flight, with crooked wings unbent, as if it were no matter to them whether they flew or floated, in its peculiar jerking motion somewhat reminds one of the lapwing. The heron has it, too, a little; as if aquatic or waterside birds had a common and distinct action of the wing. Sometimes a porpoise comes along, but just beyond the reef. Looking down on him from the verge of the cliff, his course can be watched. His dark body, wet and oily, appears on the surface for 2 seconds, and then, throwing up his tail like the fluke of an anchor, down he goes. Now look forward, along the waves, some 50 yards or so, and he will come up, the sunshine gleaming on the water as it runs off his back, to again dive, and reappear after a similar interval. Even when the eye can no longer distinguish the form, the spot where he rises is visible, from the slight change in the surface. The hill receding in hollows leaves a narrow plain between the foot of the sward and the cliff. It is ploughed, and the teams come to the footpath which follows the edge; and thus those who plough the sea and those who plough the land look upon each other. The one sees the vessel change her tack, the other notes the plough turning at the end of the furrow. Bramble bushes project over the dangerous wall of chalk, and grasses fill up the interstices, a hedge suspended in air. But be careful not to reach too far for the blackberries. The green sea is on the one hand, the yellow stubble on the other. The porpoise dives along beneath, the sheep graze above. Green seaweed lines the reef over which the white spray flies, blue lucerne dots the field. The pebbles of the beach seen from the height mingle in a faint blue tint, as if the distance ground them into coloured sand. Leaving the footpath now, and crossing the stubble to France, as the wide open hollow in the down is called by the shepherds, it is no easy matter in dry summer weather to climb the steep turf to the furze line above. Dry grass is as slippery as if it were hair, and the sheep have fed it too close for a grip of the hand. Under the furze, still far from the summit, they have worn a path, a narrow ledge, cut by their cloven feet, through the sward. It is time to rest; and already, looking back, the sea has extended to an indefinite horizon. This climb of a few hundred feet opens a view of so many miles more. But the ships lose their individuality and human character; they are so far, so very far away, they do not take hold of the sympathies; they seem like sketches, cunningly executed, but only sketches, on the immense canvas of the ocean. There is something unreal about them. On a calm day, when the surface is smooth as if the brimming ocean had been straked, the rod passed across the top of the measure, thrusting off the irregularities of wave, when the distant green from long simmering under the sun becomes pale, when the sky, without cloud, but with some slight haze in it, likewise loses its hue, and the two so commingle in the pallor of heat that they cannot be separated, then the still ships appear suspended in space. They are as much held from above as upborne from beneath. They are motionless, midway in space; whether it is sea or air is not to be known. They neither float nor fly; they are suspended. There is no force in the flat sail, the mast is lifeless, a hull without impetus. For hours they linger, changeless as the constellations, still, silent, motionless, phantom vessels on a void sea. Another climb up from the sheep path, and it is not far then to the terrible edge of that tremendous cliff which rises straighter than a ship's side out of the sea, 600 feet above the detached rock below, where the limpets cling like rivet heads, and the sand rills run around it. but it is not possible to look down to it; the glance of necessity falls outwards, as a raindrop from the eaves is deflected by the wind, because it is the edge where the mould crumbles, the rootlets of the grass are exposed, the chalk is about to break away in flakes. You cannot lean over as over a parapet, lest such a flake should detach itself, lest a mere trifle should begin to fall, awakening a dread and dormant inclination to slide and finally plunge like it. Stand back. The sea there goes out and out, to the left and to the right, and how far is it to the blue overhead? The eye must stay here a long period, and drink in these distances, before it can adjust the measure and know exactly what it sees. The vastness conceals itself, giving us no landmark or milestone. The fleck of cloud yonder, does it part it in two, or is it but a third of the way? The world is an immense cauldron, the ocean fills it, and we are merely on the rim. This narrow land is but a ribbon to the limitlessness yonder. The wind rushes out upon it with wild joy. Springing from the edge of the earth, it leaps out over the ocean. Let us go back a few steps and recline on the warm, dry turf. It is pleasant to look back upon the green slope and the hollows and narrow ridges, with sheep and stubble and some low hedges, and oxen, and that old sloth, the plough, creeping in his path. The sun is bright on the stubble and the corners of furze. There are bees humming yonder, no doubt, and flowers, and hares crouching, the dew dried from around them long since, and waiting for it to fall again, partridges too, corn ricks, and the roof of a farmhouse by them. Lit with sunlight are the fields, warm autumn garnering all that is dear to the heart of man, blue heaven above. How sweet the wind comes from these! The sweeter for the knowledge of the profound abyss behind. Here, reclining on the grass, the verge of the cliff rising a little, shuts out the actual sea, the glance goes forth into the hollow unsupported. It is sweeter towards the corn ricks, and yet the mind will not be satisfied, but ever turns to the unknown. The edge and the abyss recall us; the boundless plain, for it appears solid as the waves are levelled by distance, demands the gaze. But with use it becomes easier, and the eye labours less. There is a promontory standing out from the main wall, whence you can see the side of the cliff, getting a flank view, as from a tower. The jackdaws occasionally floating out from the ledge are as mere specks from above as they were from below. The reef running out from the beach, though now covered by the tide, is visible as you look down on it through the water. The seaweed, which lay matted and half dry on the rocks, is now under the wave. Boats have come round and are beached. How helplessly little they seem beneath the cliff by the sea! On returning homewards towards Eastbourne, stay a while by the tumulus on the slope. There are others hidden among the firs; butterflies flutter over them, and the bees hum round by day. By night the nighthawk passes, coming up from the fields and even skirting the sheds and houses below. The rains beat on them, and the storm drives the dead leaves over their low green domes. The waves boom on the shore far down. How many times has the morning star shone yonder in the east? All the mystery of the sun and of the stars centres around these lowly mounds. But the glory of these glorious downs is the breeze. The air in the valleys immediately beneath them is pure and pleasant, but the least climb, even 100 feet, puts you on a plane with the atmosphere itself, uninterrupted by so much as the tree tops. It is air without admixture. If it comes from the south, the waves refine it; if inland, the wheat and flowers and grass distil it. The great headland and the whole rib of the promontory is wind-swept and washed with air; the billows of the atmosphere roll over it. The sun searches out every crevice amongst the grass, nor is there the smallest fragment of surface which is not sweetened by air and light. Underneath, the chalk itself is pure, and the turf thus washed by wind and rain sun-dried and dew-scented, is a couch prepared with thyme to rest on. Discover some excuse to be up there always, to search for stray mushrooms. They will be stray, for the crop is gathered extremely early in the morning; or to make a list of flowers and grasses. To do anything, and, if not, go always without any pretext. Lands of gold have been found, and lands of spices and precious merchandise; but this is the land of health. There is the sea below to bathe in, the air of the sky up hither to breathe, the sun to infuse the invisible magnetism of his beams. These are the three potent medicines of nature, and they are medicines that by degrees strengthen not only the body but the unquiet mind. It is not necessary to always look out over the sea. By strolling along the slopes of the ridge a little way inland, there is another scene where hills roll on after hills till the last and largest hides those that succeed behind it. Vast cloud shadows darken one, and lift their veil from another; like the sea, their tint varies with the hue of the sky over them. Deep narrow valleys, lanes in the hills, draw the footsteps downwards into their solitude, but there is always the delicious air, turn whither you will, and there is always the grass, the touch of which refreshes. Though not in sight, it is pleasant to know that the sea is close at hand, and that you have only to mount to the ridge to view it. At sunset the curves of the shore westward are filled with a luminous mist. Or if it should be calm, and you should like to look at the massive headland from the level of the sea, row out a mile from the beach. Eastwards a bank of red vapour shuts in the sea, the wavelets, no larger than those raised by the oar, on that side are purple as if wine had been spilt upon them, but westwards the ripples shimmer with palest gold. The sun sinks behind the summit of the downs, and slender streaks of purple are drawn along above them. A shadow comes forth from the cliff; a duskiness dwells on the water; something tempts the eye upwards, and near the zenith there is a star. End of The Breeze on Beachy Head, by Richard Jefferies.
The Death of Napoleon. From the Memoirs of Napoleon Bonaparte, by Louis-Antoine Fauvelet de Bourrienne, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. But the slight activity of mind that now remained to him was soon to be exchanged for the languor and gloom of sickness, with but few intervals between positive suffering and the most distressing lowness of spirits. Towards the end of the year 1820 he walked with difficulty, and required assistance even to reach a chair in his garden. He became nearly incapable of the slightest action; his legs swelled, the pains in his side and back were increased; he was troubled with nausea, profuse sweats, loss of appetite, and was subject to frequent faintings. "Here I am, doctor," said he one day, "at my last cast. No more energy and strength left. I bend under the load. I am going. I feel that my hour is come." Some days after, as he lay on his couch, he feelingly expressed to Antommarchi the vast change which had taken place within him. He recalled for a few moments the vivid recollection of past times, and compared his former energy with the weakness which he was then sinking under. The news of the death of his sister Elisa also affected him deeply. After a struggle with his feelings, which had nearly overpowered him, he rose, supported himself on Antommarchi's arm, and regarding him steadfastly, said, "Well, doctor, you see Elisa has just shown me the way. Death, which seemed to have forgotten my family, has begun to strike it. My turn cannot be far off. What think you?" "Your Majesty is in no danger; you are still reserved for some glorious enterprise." Ah, doctor, I have neither strength, nor activity, nor energy. I am no longer Napoleon. You strive in vain to give me hopes, to recall life ready to expire. Your care can do nothing in spite of fate. It is immovable. There is no appeal from its decisions. The next person of our family who will follow Elise to the tomb is that great Napoleon who hardly exists, who bends under the yoke, and who still, nevertheless, keeps Europe in alarm. Behold, my good friend, how I look on my situation. As for me, all is over. I repeat it to you, my days will soon close on this miserable rock. We returned, says Antommarchi, into his chamber. Napoleon lay down in bed. Close my windows, he said. Leave me to myself. I will send for you by and by. Ah, what a delightful thing rest is! I would not exchange it for all the thrones in the world. What an alteration! How I am fallen! I, whose activity was boundless, whose mind never slumbered, am now plunged into a lethargic stupor, so that it requires an effort even to raise my eyelids. I sometimes dictated to 4 or 5 secretaries, who wrote as fast as words could be uttered, but then I was Napoleon. Now I am no longer anything. My strength, my faculties forsake me. I do not live. I merely exist. From this period the existence of Napoleon was evidently drawing to a close. His days were counted. Whole hours, and even days, were either passed in gloomy silence or spent in pain, accompanied by distressing coughs, and all the melancholy signs of the approach of death. He made a last effort to ride a few miles round Longwood on the 22nd of January, 1821, but it exhausted his strength, and from that time his only exercise was in the calash. Even that slight motion soon became too fatiguing. He now kept his room, and no longer stirred out. His disorder and his weakness increased upon him. He still was able to eat something, but very little, and with a worse appetite than ever. "Ah, doctor," he exclaimed, "how I suffer! Why did the cannon balls spare me, only to die in this deplorable manner? I that was so active, so alert, can now scarcely raise my eyelids." His last airing was on the 17th of March. The disease increased, and Antommarchi, who was much alarmed, obtained with some difficulty permission to see an English physician. He held a consultation, on the 26th of March, with Dr. Arnott of the 20th Regiment, but Napoleon still refused to take medicine and often repeated his favorite saying, "Everything that must happen is written down. Our hour is marked, and it is not in our power to take from time a portion which nature refuses us." He continued to grow worse, and at last consented to see Dr. Arnott, whose first visit was on the 1st of April. He was introduced into the chamber of the patient, which was darkened, and into which Napoleon did not suffer any light to be brought, examined his pulse and the other symptoms, and was requested to repeat his visit the next day. Napoleon was now within a month of his death, and although he occasionally spoke with the eloquence and vehemence he had so often exhibited, his mind was evidently giving way. The reported appearance of a comet was taken as a token of his death. He was excited, and exclaimed with emotion, "A comet! That was the precursor of the death of Caesar." On the 3rd of April, the symptoms of the disorder had become so alarming that Antommarchi informed Bertrand and Marthelon he thought Napoleon's danger imminent, and that Napoleon ought to take steps to put his affairs in order. He was now attacked by fever and by violent thirst, which often interrupted his sleep in the night. On the 14th Napoleon found himself in better spirits and talked with Dr. Arnaud on the merits of Marlborough, whose campaigns he desired him to present to the 20th Regiment, learning that they did not possess a copy in their library. On the 15th of April, Napoleon's doors were closed to all but Montholon and Marchand, and it appeared that he had been making his will. On the 19th he was better, was free from pain, sat up and ate a little. He was in good spirits and wished them to read to him. As General Montholon with the others expressed his satisfaction at this improvement, he smiled gently and said, "You deceive yourselves, my friends. I am, it is true, somewhat better, but I feel no less that my end draws near. When I am dead, you will have the agreeable consolation of returning to Europe. One will meet his relations, another his friends, and as for me, I shall behold my brave companions in arms in the Elysian fields. Yes," he went on, raising his voice, "Kléber, Desaix, Bessières, Duroc, Ney, Murat, Massena, Berthier, all will come to greet me. They will talk to me of what we have done together. I will recount to them the latest events of my life. On seeing me, they will become once more intoxicated with enthusiasm and glory. We will discourse of our wars with the Scipios, Hannibal, Caesar, and Frederick. There will be a satisfaction in that. Unless," he added, laughing bitterly, "they should be alarmed below to see so many warriors assembled together." He addressed Dr. Arnott, who came in while he was speaking, on the treatment he had received from England, said that she had violated every sacred right in making him prisoner, that he should have been much better treated in Russia, Austria, or even Prussia, that he was sent to the horrible rock of St. Helena on purpose to die, that he had been purposely placed on the most uninhabitable spot of that inhospitable island, and kept 6 years a close prisoner, and that Sir Hudson Lowe was his executioner. He concluded with these words: "You will end like the proud Republic of Venice, and I, dying upon this dreary rock, away from those I hold dear, and deprived of everything, bequeath the opprobrium and horror of my death to the reigning family of England." On the 21st, Napoleon gave directions to the priest who was in attendance as to the manner in which he would be placed to lie in state after his death, and finding his religious attendant had never officiated in such a solemnity, he gave the most minute instructions for the mode of conducting it. He afterwards declared that he would die as he was born a Catholic, and desired that Mass should be said by his body, and the customary ceremonies should be performed every day until his burial. The expression of his face was earnest and convulsive. He saw Antommarchi watching the contractions which he underwent, when his eye caught some indication that displeased him. "You are above these weaknesses, but what would you have? I am neither philosopher nor physician. I believe in God. I am of the religion of my fathers. Everyone cannot be an atheist who pleases." Then, turning to the priest, "I was born in the Catholic religion. I wish to fulfill the duties which it imposes, and to receive the succor which it administers. You will say Mass every day in the adjoining chapel, and you will expose the Holy Sacrament for 40 hours. After I am dead, you will place your altar at my head in the funeral chamber. You will continue to celebrate Mass, and perform all the customary ceremonies. You will not cease till I am laid in the ground." The Abbé, Vignale, withdrew. Napoleon reproved his fellow countryman for his supposed incredulity. "Can you carry it to this point? Can you disbelieve in God? Everything proclaims his existence. And besides, the greatest minds have thought so. But, sire, I have never called it in question. I was attending to the progress of the fever. Your Majesty fancied you saw in my features an expression which they had not. You are a physician, doctor, he replied laughingly. These folks, he added half to himself, are conversant only with matter. They will believe in nothing beyond. In the afternoon of the 25th he was better, but being left alone, a sudden fancy possessed him to eat. He called for fruits, wine, tried a biscuit, then swallowed some champagne, seized a bunch of grapes, and burst into a fit of laughter as soon as he saw Antommarchi return. The physician ordered away the dessert, and found fault with the maître d'hôtel. But the mischief was done. The fever returned and became violent. The emperor was now on his deathbed, but he testified concern for everyone. He asked Antommarchi if 500 guineas would satisfy the English physician, and if he himself would like to serve Maria Louisa in quality of a physician. She is my wife, the first princess in Europe, and after me you should serve no one else. Antommarchi expressed his acknowledgments. The fever continued unabated, with violent thirst and cold in the feet. On the 27th he determined to remove from the small chamber into the salon. They were preparing to carry him. No, he said, not until I am dead. For the present it will be sufficient if you support me. Between the 27th and 28th the emperor passed a very bad night. The fever increased. Coldness spread over his limbs. His strength was quite gone. He spoke a few words of encouragement to Antommarchi, then, in a tone of perfect calmness and composure, he delivered to him the following instructions. After my death, which cannot be far off, I wish you to open my body. I wish also, nay, I require, that you will not suffer any English physician to touch me. If, however, you find it indispensable to have some one to assist you, Dr. Arnott is the only one I am willing you should employ. I am desirous, further, that you should take out my heart, that you put it in spirits of wine, and that you carry it to Parma to my dear Maria Louisa. You will tell her how tenderly I have loved her, that I have never ceased to love her, and you will report to her all that you have witnessed, all that relates to my situation and my death. I recommend you, above all, carefully to examine my stomach, to make an exact detailed report of it, which you will convey to my son. The vomitings which succeed each other without intermission lead me to suppose that the stomach is the one of my organs which is the most deranged, and I am inclined to believe that it is afflicted with the disease which conducted my father to the grave. I mean, a cancer in the lower stomach. What think you? His physician hesitating, he continued, I have not doubted this since I found the sickness become frequent and obstinate. It is nevertheless well worthy of remark that I have always had a stomach of iron, that I have felt no inconvenience from this organ till latterly, and that whereas my father was fond of high-seasoned dishes and spirituous liquors, I have never been able to make use of them. Be it as it may, I entreat, I charge you, to neglect nothing in such an examination, in order that when you see my son, you may communicate the result of your observations to him, and point out the most suitable remedies. When I am no more, you will repair to Rome. You will find out my mother and my family. You will give them an account of all you have observed relative to my situation, my disorder, and my death, on this remote and miserable rock. You will tell them that the great Napoleon expired in the most deplorable state, wanting everything, abandoned to himself and his glory." It was 10 in the forenoon. After this the fever abated, and he fell into a sort of doze. The emperor passed a very bad night and could not sleep. He grew light-headed and talked incoherently. Still the fever had abated in its violence. Towards morning the hiccough began to torment him, the fever increased, and he became quite delirious. He spoke of his complaint and called upon Baxter, the governor's physician, to appear, to come and see the truth of his reports. Then all at once fancying O'Meara present, he imagined a dialogue between them, throwing a weight of odium on the English policy. The fever having subsided, his hearing became distinct, he grew calm, and entered into some further conversation on what was to be done after his death. He felt thirsty and drank a large quantity of cold water. "If fate should determine that I shall recover, I would raise a monument on the spot where this water gushes out. I would crown the fountain in memory of the comfort which it has afforded me. If I die, and they should not proscribe my remains as they have proscribed my person, I should desire to be buried with my ancestors in the cathedral of Ajaccio in Corsica. But if I am not allowed to repose where I was born, why, then, let them bury me at the spot where this fine and refreshing water flows." This request was afterwards complied with. He remained nearly in the same state for some days. On the 1st of May he was delirious nearly all day, and suffered dreadful vomitings. He took 2 small biscuits and a few drops of red wine. On the 2nd he was rather quieter, and the alarming symptoms diminished a little. At 2 p.m., however, he had a paroxysm of fever, and became again delirious. He talked to himself of France, of his dear son, of some of his old companions in arms. At times he was evidently in imagination on the field of battle. "Stengel!" he cried. "Desaix! Massena! Ah! Victory is declaring itself! Run! Rush forward! Press the charge! They are ours!" "I was listening," says Dr. Antommarchi, "and following the progress of that painful agony in the deepest distress, when Napoleon, suddenly collecting his strength, jumped on the floor and would absolutely go down into the garden to take a walk. I ran to receive him in my arms, but his legs bent under the weight of his body. He fell backwards, and I had the mortification of being unable to prevent his falling. We raised him up and entreated him to get into bed again, but he did not recognize anybody, and began to storm and fall into a violent passion. He was unconscious, and anxiously desired to walk in the garden. In the course of the day, however, he became more collected, and again spoke of his disease, and the precise anatomical examination he wished to be made of his body after death. He had a fancy that this might be useful to his son. "The physicians of Montpellier," he said to Antommarchi, "announced that the cirrhosis in the pylorus would be hereditary in my family. Their report is, I believe, in the hands of my brother Louis. Ask for it, and compare it with your own observations on my case, in order that my son may be saved from this cruel disease. You will see him, doctor, and you will point out to him what is best to do, and will save him from the cruel sufferings I now experience. This is the last service I ask of you." Later in the day he said, "Doctor, I am very ill. I feel that I am going to die." The last time Napoleon spoke, except to utter a few short, unconnected words, was on the 3rd of May. It was in the afternoon, and he had requested his attendants, in case of his losing consciousness, not to allow any English physician to approach him except Dr. Arnott. "I am going to die," said he, "and you to return to Europe. I must give you some advice as to the line of conduct you are to pursue. You have shared my exile. You will be faithful to my memory, and will not do anything that may injure it. I have sanctioned all proper principles, and infused them into my laws and acts. I have not omitted a single one. Unfortunately, however, the circumstances in which I was placed were arduous, and I was obliged to act with severity, and to postpone the execution of my plans. Our reverses occurred. I could not unbend the bow, and France has been deprived of the liberal institutions I intended to give her. She judges me with indulgence. She feels grateful for my intentions. She cherishes my name and my victories. Imitate her example. Be faithful to the opinions we have defended, and to the glory we have acquired. Any other course can only lead to shame and confusion. From this moment it does not appear that Napoleon showed any signs of understanding what was going forward around him. His weakness increased every moment, and a harassing hiccough continued until death took place. The day before that event a fearful tempest threatened to destroy everything about Longwood. The plantations were torn up by the roots, and it was particularly remarked that a willow, under which Napoleon usually sat to enjoy the fresh air, had fallen. It seemed, says Antommarchi, as if none of the things the emperor valued were to survive him. On the day of his death Madame Bertrand, who had not left his bedside, sent for her children to take a last farewell of Napoleon. The scene which ensued was affecting. The children ran to the bed, kissed the hands of Napoleon, and covered them with tears. One of the children fainted, and all had to be carried from the spot. We all, says Antommarchi, mixed our lamentations with theirs. We all felt the same anguish, the same cruel foreboding of the approach of the fatal instant, which every minute accelerated. The favorite valet, Noverraz, who had been for some time very ill, when he heard of the state in which Napoleon was, caused himself to be carried downstairs, and entered the apartment in tears. He was with great difficulty prevailed upon to leave the room. He was in a delirious state, and he fancied his master was threatened with danger, and was calling upon him for assistance. He said he would not leave him, but would fight and die for him. But Napoleon was now insensible to the tears of his servants. He had scarcely spoken for 2 days. Early in the morning he articulated a few broken sentences, among which the only words distinguishable were "tête d'armée," the last that ever left his lips, and which indicated the tenor of his fancies. The day passed in convulsive movements and low moanings, with occasionally a loud shriek, and the dismal scene closed just before 6 in the evening. A slight froth covered his lips, and he was no more. After he had been dead about 6 hours, Antommarchi had the body carefully washed and laid out on another bed. The executors then proceeded to examine 2 codicils which were directed to be opened immediately after the emperor's decease. The one related to the gratuities which he intended out of his private purse for the different individuals of his household, and to the alms which he wished to be distributed among the poor of St. Helena. The other contained his last wish that his ashes should repose on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of the French people whom he had loved so well. The executors notified this request to the governor, who stated that his orders were that the body was to remain on the island. On the next day, after taking a plaster cast of the face of Napoleon, Antommarchi proceeded to open the body in the presence of Sir Thomas Reed, some staff officers, and 8 medical men. The emperor had intended his hair, which was of a chestnut color, for presents to the different members of his family, and it was cut off and kept for this purpose. He had grown considerably thinner in person during the last few months. After his death his face and body were pale, but without alteration or anything of a cadaverous appearance. His physiognomy was fine, the eyes fast closed, and you would have said that the emperor was not dead, but in a profound sleep. His mouth retained its expression of sweetness, though one side was contracted into a bitter smile. Several scars were seen on his body. On opening it was found that the liver was not affected, but that there was that cancer of the stomach which he had himself suspected, and of which his father and two of his sisters died. This painful examination having been completed, Antommarchi took out the heart and placed it in a silver vase filled with spirits of wine. He then directed the valet de chambre to dress the body as he had been accustomed in the emperor's lifetime, with the grand cordon of the Legion of Honor across the breast, in the green uniform of a colonel of the Chasseurs of the Guard, decorated with the orders of the Legion of Honor and of the Iron Crown, long boots with little spurs, finally, his three-cornered hat. Thus habited, Napoleon was removed in the afternoon of the 6th out of the hall, into which the crowd rushed immediately. The linen which had been employed in the dissection of the body, though stained with blood, was eagerly seized, torn in pieces, and distributed among the bystanders. Napoleon lay in state in his little bedroom which had been converted into a funeral chamber. It was hung with black cloth brought from the town. This circumstance first apprised the inhabitants of his death. The corpse, which had not been embalmed, and which was of an extraordinary whiteness, was placed on one of the camp beds, surrounded with little white curtains which served for a sarcophagus. The blue cloak which Napoleon had worn at the battle of Marengo covered it. The feet and the hands were free, the sword on the left side, and a crucifix on the breast. At some distance was the silver vase containing the heart and stomach, which were not allowed to be removed. At the back of the head was an altar, where the priest in his stole and surplice recited the customary prayers. All the individuals of Napoleon's suite, officers and domestics, dressed in mourning, remained standing on the left. Dr. Arnott had been charged to see that no attempt was made to convey away the body. For some hours the crowd had besieged the doors. They were admitted, and beheld the inanimate remains of Napoleon in respectful silence. The officers of the 20th and 66th regiments were admitted first, then the others. The following day, the 7th, the throng was greater. Antommarchi was not allowed to take the heart of Napoleon to Europe with him. He deposited that and the stomach in two vases, filled with alcohol and hermetically sealed, in the corners of the coffin in which the corpse was laid. This was a shell of zinc lined with white satin, in which was a mattress furnished with a pillow. There not being room for the hat to remain on his head, it was placed at his feet, with some eagles, pieces of French money coined during his reign, a plate engraved with his arms, etc. The coffin was closed, carefully soldered up, and then fixed in another case of mahogany, which was enclosed in a third made of lead, which last was fastened in a fourth of mahogany, which was sealed up and fastened with screws. The coffin was exhibited in the same place as the body had been, and was also covered with the cloak that Napoleon had worn at the battle of Marengo. The funeral was ordered for the morrow, 8th May, and the troops were to attend in the morning by break of day. This took place accordingly. The governor arrived first, the rear admiral soon after, and shortly all the authorities, civil and military, were assembled at Longwood. The day was fine, the people crowded the roads, music resounded from the heights. Never had spectacle so sad and solemn been witnessed in these remote regions. At 12:30 the grenadiers took hold of the coffin, lifted it with difficulty, and succeeded in removing it into the great walk in the garden, where the hearse awaited them. It was placed in the carriage, covered with a pall of violet-colored velvet, and with a cloak which the hero wore at Marengo. The emperor's household were in mourning. The cavalcade was arranged by order of the governor in the following manner: the Abbé Vignale in his sacerdotal robes, with young Harry Bertrand at his side, bearing an aspersorium; Doctors Arnott and Autommarchi, the persons entrusted with the superintendence of the hearse, drawn by 4 horses, led by grooms, and escorted by 12 grenadiers without arms, on each side. These last were to carry the coffin on their shoulders as soon as the ruggedness of the road prevented the hearse from advancing. Young Napoleon Bertrand and Marchand both on foot, and by the side of the hearse. Counts Bertrand and Montholon on horseback close behind the hearse, a part of the household of the Emperor; Countess Bertrand with her daughter Hortense, in a calash drawn by 2 horses led by hand by her domestics, who walked by the side of the precipice; the Emperor's horse led by his piqueur Archambault; the officers of marine on horseback and on foot; the officers of the staff on horseback; the members of the council of the island in like manner; General Coffin and the Marquis Montchenu on horseback; the rear admiral and the governor on horseback; the inhabitants of the island. The train set out in this order from Longwood, passed by the barracks and was met by the garrison, about 2,500 in number, drawn up on the left of the road as far as Hut's Gate. Military bands placed at different distances added still more, by the mournful airs which they played, to the striking solemnity of the occasion. When the train had passed, the troops followed and accompanied it to the burying place. The dragoons marched first, then came the 20th Regiment of Infantry, the Marines, the 66th, the Volunteers of St. Helena, and lastly the company of Royal Artillery, with 15 pieces of cannon. Lady Lowe and her daughter were at the roadside at Hut's Gate, in an open carriage drawn by 2 horses. They were attended by some domestics in mourning, and followed the procession at a distance. The 15 pieces of artillery were ranged along the road, and the gunners were at their posts ready to fire. Having advanced about a quarter of a mile beyond Hut's Gate, the hearse stopped, the troops halted and drew up in line of battle by the roadside. The grenadiers then raised the coffin on their shoulders and bore it thus to the place of interment, by the new route which had been made on purpose on the declivity of the mountain. All the attendants alighted, the ladies descended from their carriages, and the procession followed the corpse without observing any regular order. Counts Bertrand and Montholon, Marchand and young Napoleon Bertrand, carried the 4 corners of the pall. The coffin was laid down at the side of the tomb, which was hung with black. Near was seen the cords and pulleys which were to lower it into the earth. The coffin was then uncovered, the Abbé Vignale repeated the usual prayers, and the body was let down into the grave with the feet to the east. The artillery then fired 3 salutes in succession of 15 discharges each. The admiral's vessel had fired during the procession 25 minute guns from time to time. A huge stone, which was to have been employed in the building of the new house of the Emperor, was now used to close his grave, and was lowered till it rested on a strong stone wall so as not to touch the coffin. While the grave was closed the crowd seized upon the willows, which the former presence of Napoleon had already rendered objects of veneration. Everyone was ambitious to possess a branch or some leaves of these trees which were henceforth to shadow the tomb of this great man, and to preserve them as a precious relic of so memorable a scene. The governor and admiral endeavored to prevent this outrage, but in vain. The governor, however, surrounded the spot afterwards with a barricade, where he placed a guard to keep off all intruders. The tomb of the Emperor was about a league from Longwood. It was of a quadrangular shape, wider at top than at bottom, the depth about 12 feet. The coffin was placed on 2 strong pieces of wood, and was detached in its whole circumference. The companions of Napoleon returned to France, and the island gradually resumed its former quiet state, while the willows weeping over the grave guarded the ashes of the man for whom Europe had been all too small. This has been The Death of Napoleon by de Bourrienne, read by Mark Smith.
The Development of Our Views on the Composition and Essence of Radiation by Albert Einstein. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When light was shown to exhibit interference and diffraction, it seemed almost certain that light should be considered a wave. Since light can also propagate through empty space, one had to imagine a strange substance, an ether, that mediated the propagation of light waves. Since light also propagates in material objects, one had to assume that this ether was also present in material objects, and was chiefly responsible for the propagation of light in material objects. The existence of the ether seemed beyond doubt. In the first volume of Chwolson's excellent physics textbook, he states in the introduction to ether, the hypothesis of this one agent's existence is extraordinarily close to certainty. Today, however, we regard the ether hypothesis as obsolete. A large body of facts shows undeniably that light has certain fundamental properties that are better explained by Newton's emission theory of light than by the oscillation theory. For this reason, I believe that the next phase in the development of theoretical physics will bring us a theory of light that can be considered a fusion of the oscillation and emission theories. The purpose of the following remarks is to justify this belief, and to show that a profound change in our views on the composition and essence of light is imperative. The greatest advance in theoretical optics since the introduction of the oscillation theory was Maxwell's brilliant discovery that light can be understood as an electromagnetic process. This theory replaces mechanical quantities, the deformation and velocity of the ether's parts, with the electromagnetic state of the ether and the material under consideration. It reduces optical problems to electromagnetic problems. As the electromagnetic theory developed, it became ever less of a concern whether the electromagnetic processes could be explained by mechanical processes. One became used to treating electric and magnetic fields as fundamental concepts that did not require a mechanical interpretation. The introduction of the electromagnetic theory simplified the elements of theoretical optics and reduced the number of arbitrary hypotheses. The old question about the oscillation direction of polarized light became irrelevant. The difficulties concerning the boundary conditions between two media were resolved using the theory's fundamental principles. An arbitrary hypothesis was no longer needed to eliminate longitudinal light waves. A consequence of the theory was the pressure of light, which plays such an important role in radiation theory and which has just recently been confirmed experimentally. I don't want to make an exhaustive list of well-known accomplishments, but rather concentrate on one main point, on which the electromagnetic and the mechanical theories of light agree, or rather seem to agree. In both theories, light is essentially an embodiment of the state of a hypothetical medium, the ether, which exists everywhere, even in the absence of light. It was therefore assumed that motions of this medium would influence optical and electromagnetic phenomena. The search for laws describing this influence caused a change in the basic ideas about the nature of radiation. Let us briefly examine the progression of this change. The main outstanding question was the following: does the ether participate in the motions of matter, or does the ether inside moving matter move differently, or perhaps does the ether ignore the motions of matter and remain forever at rest? To decide this question, Fizeau performed an important interference experiment based on the following line of reasoning. Assume that light propagates with speed big V in a certain object if the object is at rest. If the object, when moved, takes its ether along with it, the light will propagate in the same way as when the object was at rest. Therefore, the speed of propagation in the object will again be big V. However, taken absolutely, i.e., relative to an observer not moving with the object, the speed of propagation will be the geometric sum of big V and the velocity, little v, of the object. If the motion and propagation are along the same axis and have the same sense, the big V sub ABS is simply the sum of the two speeds. Big V sub ABS equals big V plus little v. This is a consequence of assuming that the ether participates in the motion of its object. To test whether this prediction was true, Fizeau let two coherent monochromatic beams pass axially each through their own water-filled pipe and then interfere with one another. Then he set the water in the pipes moving, one in the direction of the light's propagation and the other opposite to it. In this way, a shift of the interference pattern was produced, from which Fizeau could derive the influence of the object's velocity on the absolute velocity. As is well known, the change is smaller than predicted by the hypothesis of complete participation, although the sense of the change is as expected. Expressed mathematically, big V sub ABS equals big V plus alpha times little v, where alpha is always smaller than 1. Ignoring dispersion, alpha equals 1 minus 1 over n squared. This experiment demonstrated that matter does not completely carry along its ether, but, in general, the ether is moving relative to matter. Now, the earth is a material object which moves in different directions over the course of a year relative to the solar system. The ether in our laboratories was assumed to not participate in the earth's motion completely, just as the ether did not participate in the water's motion completely in Fizeau's experiment. Thus, the conclusion was that the ether was moving relative to our instruments, and that this relative motion changed over the course of a day and of a year. This relative motion was expected to produce a visible anisotropy of space, i.e., optical phenomena were expected to depend on the orientation of the apparatus. The most diverse experiments were performed without detecting the expected dependence of phenomena on orientation. This contradiction was chiefly eliminated by the pioneering work of H. A. Lorentz in 1895. Lorentz showed that if the ether were taken to be at rest and did not participate at all in the motions of matter, No other hypotheses were necessary to arrive at a theory that did justice to almost all of the phenomena. In particular, Fizeau's experiments were explained, as well as the negative results of the above-mentioned attempts to detect the earth's motion relative to the ether. Only one experiment seemed incompatible with Lorentz's theory, namely, the interference experiment of Michelson and Morley. According to Lorentz's theory, a uniform translational motion of the apparatus of optical experiments does not affect light's progress, if we ignore second and higher order terms of the quotient, speed of apparatus divided by speed of light. The Michelson and Morley interference experiment showed that, in a special case, second order terms also cannot be detected, although they were expected from the standpoint of the ether at rest theory. To include this experiment in the theory, Lorentz and Fitzgerald introduced the postulate that all objects, including the parts of Michelson and Morley's experimental setup, changed their form in a certain way if they moved relative to the ether. This state of affairs was very unsatisfying. The only useful and fundamentally basic theory was that of Lorentz, which depended on a completely immobile ether. The earth had to be seen as moving relative to this ether, but every experiment designed to demonstrate this ether had a negative result, so that one was driven to a very strange hypothesis to understand why such a relative motion was not detectable. Michelson's experiment suggests the axiom that all phenomena obey the same laws relative to the earth's reference frame, or, more generally, relative to any reference frame in unaccelerated motion. For brevity, let us call this postulate the relativity principle. Before we tackle the problem of whether it is possible to maintain the relativity principle, let us briefly consider what happens to the ether hypothesis if we maintain the relativity principle. The foundation of the ether hypothesis is the experimentally based assumption that the ether is at rest. The relativity principle states that all natural laws that hold in a reference frame K', moving uniformly relative to the ether, are identical with those that hold in K, a reference frame at rest relative to the ether. If that is so, we can just as well imagine the ether is at rest relative to K', not K. It is completely unnatural to distinguish the two reference frames K' and K by introducing an ether that is at rest in one. A satisfying theory can only be reached if we dispense with the ether hypothesis. Then the electromagnetic fields that make up light no longer appear as a state of a hypothetical medium, but rather as independent entities that the light source gives off, just as in Newton's emission theory of light. As in that theory, space that is free of matter and radiation is truly empty. Superficial consideration suggests that the essential parts of Lorentz's theory cannot be reconciled with the relativity principle. According to Lorentz's theory, if a light beam propagates through space, it does so with a speed c in the resting frame K of the ether, independently of the state of motion of the emitting object. Let's call this the constancy of the speed of light principle. The theorem of the addition of speeds states that the same light beam will not propagate at speed c in a different frame K', moving uniformly relative to the ether. The laws of propagation thus seem to be different in the two frames, and hence the relativity principle seems to be incompatible with the laws governing light's propagation. However, the theorem of the addition of speeds rests on arbitrary axioms. It presupposes that information about time and the form of moving objects has meaning independent of the motion of the moving reference frame. But one can convince oneself that the definitions of time and the form of moving objects require the introduction of clocks at rest in the reference frame under consideration. These concepts must be defined for each reference frame, and it is not self-evident that these definitions will produce the same time values in two frames K and K' moving relative to one another. Similarly, it cannot be said a priori that statements about the form of objects in K will also be valid in K'. Hence, the hitherto prevailing transformation equations, in passing from one frame to another moving relative to it, rest on arbitrary assumptions. If these are abandoned, the essence of Lorentz's theory, or more generally, the constancy of the speed of light principle, can be reconciled with the relativity principle. These two principles lead to certain unambiguous transformation equations characterized by the identity x squared plus y squared plus z squared minus c squared times t squared equals x prime squared plus y prime squared plus z prime squared minus c squared times t prime squared, for an appropriate choice of initial origins. In this equation, c is the speed of light in vacuo. X, y, z, t are the space-time coordinates in K, and x prime, y prime, z prime, t prime are those in K prime. This path leads to the so-called relativity theory. I only wish to bring in one of its consequences, for it brings with it certain modifications of the fundamental ideas of physics. It turns out that the inertial mass of an object decreases by L/c squared when that object emits radiation of energy L. This can be derived as follows. We consider a free object at rest that emits the same amount of radiative energy in two opposing directions. In doing so, it remains at rest. Let the object's energy prior to emission be denoted big E, and its energy after emission little e, and let L be the energy of the emitted radiation. By the energy principle, we have big E equals little e plus L. Now consider the object and the same emitted radiation from a reference frame moving with velocity relative to the object. Relativity theory gives us the means of calculating the energy emitted in the new reference frame. One obtains the value L prime equals L divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared over c squared. Since the conservation of energy principle must also hold in the new reference frame, one obtains analogously big E prime equals little e prime plus L divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared over c squared. Subtracting and ignoring fourth and higher order terms in v over c, we get big E prime minus big E equals little e prime minus little e plus 1/2 L times v squared over c squared. But big E prime minus big E is the object's kinetic energy before the light emission, and little e prime minus little e is its kinetic energy after the light emission. If we call its mass before emission big M and its mass after emission little m, then, by ignoring terms higher than second order, we can write 1/2 big M times v squared equals 1/2 little m times v squared plus 1/2 L over c squared times v squared. Or big M equals little m plus L over c squared. Thus, the inertial mass of an object is diminished by the emission of light. The energy given up was part of the mass of the object. One can further conclude that every absorption or release of energy brings with it an increase or decrease in the mass of the object under consideration. Energy and mass seem to be just as equivalent as heat and mechanical energy. Relativity theory has changed our views on light. Light is conceived not as a manifestation of the state of some hypothetical medium, but rather as an independent entity like matter. Moreover, this theory shares with the corpuscular theory of light the unusual property that light carries inertial mass from the emitting to the absorbing object. Relativity theory does not alter our conception of radiation's structure. In particular, it does not affect the distribution of energy in radiation-filled space. Nevertheless, with respect to this question, I believe that we stand at the beginning of a development of the greatest importance that cannot yet be surveyed. The statements that follow are largely my personal opinion, or the results of considerations that have not yet been checked enough by others. If I present them here in spite of their uncertainty, the reason is not an excessive faith in my own views, but rather the hope to induce one or another of you to deal with the questions considered. Even without delving deeply into theory, one notices that our theory of light cannot explain certain fundamental properties of phenomena associated with light. Why does the color of light, and not its intensity, determine whether a certain photochemical reaction occurs? Why is light of short wavelength generally more effective chemically than light of longer wavelength? Why is the speed of photoelectrically produced cathode rays independent of the light's intensity? Why are higher temperatures and thus higher molecular energies required to add a short wavelength component to the radiation emitted by an object? The oscillation theory, in its present formulation, gives no answers to these questions. In particular, it is completely incomprehensible why cathode rays produced photoelectrically or by X-rays acquire such a considerable velocity independent of the light's intensity. The appearance of such great amounts of energy in molecular entities under the influence of a light source in which the energy is distributed so thinly, as we must assume for light radiation and X-rays, given the oscillation theory, drove competent physicists to take refuge in a rather far-out hypothesis. They assumed that light played merely a releasing role in the process, and that the molecular energies produced were of a radioactive nature. Since this hypothesis has already been abandoned, I won't bring any arguments against it. The fundamental property of the oscillation theory that engenders these difficulties seems to me the following. In the kinetic theory of molecules, for every process in which only a few elementary particles participate, e.g., molecular collisions, the inverse process also exists. But that is not the case for the elementary processes of radiation. According to our prevailing theory, an oscillating ion generates a spherical wave that propagates outwards. The inverse process does not exist as an elementary process. A converging spherical wave is mathematically possible, to be sure, but to approach its realization requires a vast number of emitting entities. The elementary process of emission is not invertible. In this, I believe our oscillation theory does not hit the mark. Newton's emission theory of light seems to contain more truth with respect to this point than the oscillation theory, since, first of all, the energy given to a light particle is not scattered over infinite space, but remains available for an elementary process of absorption. Consider the laws governing the production of secondary cathode radiation by X-rays. If primary cathode rays impinge on a metal plate P1, they produce X-rays. If these X-rays impinge on a second metal plate P2, cathode rays are again produced whose speed is of the same order as that of the primary cathode rays. As far as we know today, the speed of the secondary cathode rays depends neither on the distance between P1 and P2 nor on the intensity of the primary cathode rays, but rather entirely on the speed of the primary cathode rays. Let's assume that this is strictly true. What would happen if we reduced the intensity of the primary cathode rays or the size of P1 on which they fall, so that the impact of an electron of the primary cathode rays can be considered an isolated process? If the above is really true, then, because of the independence of the secondary cathode rays' speed on the primary cathode rays' intensity, we must assume that an electron impinging on P1 will either cause no electrons to be produced at P2, or else a secondary emission of an electron whose speed is of the same order as that of the initial electron impinging on P1. In other words, the elementary process of radiation seems to occur in such a way that it does not scatter the energy of the primary electron in a spherical wave propagating in every direction, as the oscillation theory demands. Rather, at least a large part of this energy seems to be available at some place on P2 or somewhere else. The elementary process of the emission of radiation appears to be directional. Moreover, one has the impression that the production of X-rays at P1 and the production of secondary cathode rays at P2 are essentially inverse processes. Therefore, the composition of radiation seems to be different from what our oscillation theory predicts. The theory of thermal radiation has given important clues about this, mostly by the theory on which Planck based his radiation formula. Since I cannot assume that everyone is familiar with this theory, I will cover its essential points briefly. A radiation of definite composition occupies the interior of a cavity of temperature T, and is independent of the cavity's material composition. The cavity contains an energy density ρ d nu for frequencies between nu and nu plus d nu. Finding ρ as a function of nu and t poses a problem. if an electric resonator of eigenfrequency nu and negligible damping occupies the cavity, the time average of the resonator's energy E as a function of rho nu can be calculated from the electromagnetic theory of radiation. The problem is thereby reduced to that of determining E as a function of T. However, the latter problem can also be reduced to the following. Let the cavity contain very many resonators of frequency nu. How does the entropy of the system depend on its energy? To resolve this question, Planck utilized the general relationship between entropy and the probability of a state as derived by Boltzmann from his investigations in the theory of gases. In general, entropy equals K log W, where K is a universal constant and W is the probability of the state under consideration. This probability is measured by the number of configurations, a number that counts the number of ways the state under consideration can be realized. In the case above, the state of the resonator system is defined by its total energy, so the question to be answered reads: how many ways can a given total energy be distributed among n resonators? To find this out, Planck divided the total energy into parts of equal energy, epsilon. A configuration is determined by the number of parts epsilon allotted to each resonator. The number of such configurations that result in the given total energy is calculated and set equal to W. From Wien's shift law, which can be derived from thermodynamic principles, Planck concluded that epsilon must be set equal to h times nu, where h is independent of nu. In this way, he found his radiation formula, which agrees with all of our experience hitherto. Rho equals 8 times pi times h times the cube of nu over c times 1 over e raised to the ratio of h nu over kt minus 1. It might seem that, in accordance with this derivation, Planck's radiation formula follows from the present electromagnetic theory. This is not the case, for the following reason. The number of configurations of which we were just speaking can be thought of as expressing the multiplicity of the distribution possibilities of the total energy among n resonators if every imaginable distribution of energy approached within some approximation of the calculated number of configurations W. This requires that the energy epsilon be small compared to average resonator energy E for all nu. But simple calculation shows that for a wavelength of 0.5 micrometers and an absolute temperature T equals 1700 Kelvin, epsilon over E is not only not small compared to 1, but is very big compared to 1. The value is approximately 6.5 times 10 to the 7th. This numerical example shows that the counting of the states must have gone awry if the resonator's energy can only assume the value 0 or 6.5 times 10 to the 7th times its average energy or a multiple thereof. Clearly, in such a process, only a vanishingly small part of those energy distributions which must be possible according to the fundamental principles of the theory are drawn upon to determine the entropy. Therefore, according to the fundamental principles of the theory, The number of configurations is not an expression for the probability in Boltzmann's sense. In my opinion, accepting Planck's theory means denying the precepts of our radiation theory. I have already attempted to show that the present principles of the theory of radiation must be abandoned. In any event, it is unthinkable to reject Planck's theory because it does not fit those fundamental principles. This theory has led to a determination of the elementary quanta, which has been splendidly confirmed by the most recent measurements on alpha particles. For the elementary quantum of electricity, Rutherford and Geiger obtained the mean value 4.65 times 10 to the minus 10th, Wegener 4.79 times 10 to the minus 10th, while Planck, using his radiation theory, determined the intermediate value 4.69 times 10 to the minus 10th from the constants of the radiation formula. Planck's theory leads to the following conjecture. If it is really true that a radiative resonator can only assume energy values that are multiples of h times nu, the obvious assumption is that the emission and absorption of light occurs only in these energy quantities. On the basis of this hypothesis, the light quanta hypothesis, the questions raised above about the emission and absorption of light can be answered. As far as we know, the quantitative consequences of this light quanta hypothesis are confirmed. This provokes the following question. Is it not thinkable that Planck's radiation formula is correct, but that another derivation could be found that does not rest on such a seemingly monstrous assumption as Planck's theory? Is it not possible to replace the light quanta hypothesis with another assumption with which one could do justice to known phenomena? If it is necessary to modify the theory's elements, couldn't one keep the propagation laws intact and only change the conceptions of the elementary processes of emission and absorption? To arrive at a certain answer to this question, let us proceed in the opposite direction of Planck in his radiation theory. Let us view Planck's radiation formula as correct, and ask ourselves whether something concerning the composition of radiation can be derived from it. Of two considerations that I have carried out, I wish to sketch one for you, which seems especially convincing to me because it can be imagined so clearly. Let there be an ideal gas inside a cavity, as well as a solid plate that is free to move perpendicularly to its plane. Because of the irregularity of the collisions between the gas molecules and the plate, the latter is moved such that its average kinetic energy is 1/3 of the kinetic energy of a monatomic gas molecule. This follows from statistical mechanics. Besides this gas, which we can imagine as consisting of only a few molecules, we assume that there is also thermal radiation at the gas temperature. This will be the case if the walls of the cavity are also at the same temperature, T, do not let radiation pass through, and are not completely reflective. Furthermore, we assume that our plate is completely reflective on both sides. In this situation, both the gas and the radiation will affect the plate. If the plate is at rest, the pressures are equal. If the plate is moved, however, the pressure on the forward side pushing back is greater than its counterpart pushing in the opposite direction. Hence there will be a net force that opposes the motion of the plate and increases with the speed of the plate. Let us call this force the radiation friction. If we assume for the moment that we have taken into account all the radiation's mechanical influence, we can summarize as follows. Collisions with gas molecules at irregular intervals give the plate irregular momentum. The speed of the plate decreases continuously between two such collisions due to the radiation friction, which transforms the kinetic energy of the plate into radiative energy. As a result, the energy of the gas molecules would be continuously transformed into the energy of radiation until all the available energy had turned into energy of radiation. There would be no equilibrium between gas and radiation. This argument is fallacious because, similar to gaseous pressure, the radiation pressure on the plate cannot be considered constant in time and free of irregular variations. To allow thermal equilibrium, the variations in the radiation pressure must be such that, on average, it compensates for the plate's loss of speed due to radiation friction. Remember that the average kinetic energy of the plate is 1/3 that of a monatomic gas molecule. Given the radiation law, the radiation friction can be calculated, and thence the average amount of momentum the plate must receive from variations in the light pressure to maintain a statistical equilibrium. The argument becomes even more interesting if we choose a plate that completely reflects only frequencies between nu and nu plus d nu, and is transparent to all other radiation. This gives the variations in the radiation pressure for that frequency band. I merely state the result here. Let delta be the magnitude of the motion communicated to the plate in time t by irregular variations in the radiation pressure. The average value of delta squared is given by the expression delta squared equals 1/c times the quantity rho times h times nu plus c cubed times rho squared over 8 pi nu squared d nu a dt. First of all, the simplicity of this expression is noteworthy. Planck's theory seems to be the only one that agrees with experiment to within observational error, and yields such a simple expression for the statistical properties of the radiation pressure. In trying to understand this expression, one notices at once that it is the sum of two terms. It is as if two independent causes were working to produce variations in the radiation pressure. One can conclude from the fact that delta squared is proportional to A that the pressure variations for two neighboring regions are completely independent of each other, if the regions have dimensions large compared to the wavelength of the reflection frequency nu. The second term of the expression for delta squared can be explained by the oscillation theory. According to that theory, light rays of slightly different direction, frequency, and polarization interfere with one another. Variations in the radiation pressure correspond to uncorrelated occurrences of interference in the whole. Simple dimensional analysis shows that this variation must be of the form of the second term of our formula. Clearly, the oscillatory structure of radiation does indeed give rise to variations in the radiation pressure, as predicted. How can the first term be explained? It is by no means negligible. It is completely dominant in the regime where Wien's radiation formula holds. For a wavelength of 0.5 micrometers and a temperature T equals 1700 Kelvin, this term is approximately 6.5 times 10 to the 7th times larger than the second. It turns out that the first term of our formula results from assuming that radiation consists of localized groupings of energy h nu that are reflected and move through space independently of one another, an idea presented by the most primitive picture of the light quanta hypothesis. Therefore, I believe one must conclude the following from the above formula derived from Planck's radiation formula. In addition to the spatial irregularities in the distribution of radiation's energy that arise from the oscillation theory, there are also other irregularities in the same spatial distribution that completely dominate the first mentioned irregularities when the energy density of the radiation is small. I add that another argument involving the spatial distribution of the energy gives exactly the same results as those given above. As far as I know, no mathematical theory has been advanced that does justice to both its oscillatory structure and its quantum structure, which we derived from the first term of the above formula. The difficulty lies in the fact that the variational properties of radiation, as expressed in the above formula, offer few reference points for setting up such a theory. One might imagine a situation in which diffraction and interference were still unknown, but one knew that the average magnitude of the irregular variations of the radiation pressure was determined by the second term of the above equation, where nu is a parameter of unknown meaning that determines the color. On this basis, who would have enough imagination to construct an oscillatory theory of light? Anyway, this conception seems to me the most natural, that the manifestation of light's electromagnetic waves is constrained at singularity points, like the manifestation of electrostatic fields in the theory of the electron. It cannot be ruled out that in such a theory the entire energy of the electromagnetic field could be viewed as localized in these singularities, just like the old theory of action at a distance. I imagine to myself each such singular point surrounded by a field that has essentially the same character as a plane wave, and whose amplitude decreases with the distance between the singular points. If many such singularities are separated by a distance small with respect to the dimensions of the field of one singular point, their fields will be superimposed, and will form in their totality an oscillating field that is only slightly different from the oscillating field in our present electromagnetic theory of light. Of course, it need not be emphasized that such a picture is worthless unless it leads to an exact theory. I only wished to illustrate that the two structural properties of radiation according to Planck's formula, oscillation structure and quantum structure, should not be considered incompatible with one another. End of The Development of Our Views on the Composition and Essence of Radiation by Albert Einstein.
Burnside Farm, Haverhill, Massachusetts, the birthplace and boyhood home of John G. Whittier, by John Thompson Ferris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Fernside Farm, Haverhill, Massachusetts, the birthplace and boyhood home of John G. Whittier. The first house built by Thomas Whittier, the 300-pound ancestor of the poet Whittier and first representative of the family in America, was a little log cabin. There he took his wife, Ruth Flint, and there 10 children were born. 5 of them were boys, and each of them was more than 6 feet tall. No wonder the log house grew too small for the family. So, probably in 1688, he built a house whose massive hewn beams were 15 inches square, whose kitchen was 30 feet long, with a fireplace 8 feet wide. The rooms clustered about a central chimney. In this house the poet was born December 17, 1807, and here he spent the formative years of his life. When he was 27 years old he wrote for the Little Pilgrim of Philadelphia a paper on "The Fish I Didn't Catch." In this he described the home of his boyhood. Our old homestead nestled under a long range of hills which stretched off to the west. It was surrounded by woods in all directions save to the southeast, where a break in the leafy wall revealed a vista of low green meadows, picturesque with wooded islands and jutting capes of upland. Through these, a small brook, noisy enough as it foamed, rippled and laughed down its rocky falls by our garden side, wound, silently and scarcely visible, to a still larger stream, known as the Country Brook. This brook in its time, after doing duty at 2 or 3 saw and grist mills, the clack of which we could hear across the intervening woodlands, found its way to the great river, and the river took it up and bore it down to the great sea. Whittier's poems are full of references to the life on the farm. Many of his best verses had their inspiration in memories of the past. For instance, the description of the building of the fire in Snowbound, a poem which describes the life at the farm when he was 12 years old, is a faithful picture of what took place in the old kitchen every night of the long New England winter, when we piled with care our nightly stack of wood against the chimney back, the oaken log green, huge and thick, and on its top the thick back stick, the knotty forestick laid apart and filled between with curious art, the ragged brush. Then hovering near, we watched the first red blaze appear, heard the sharp crackle, caught the gleam on whitewashed wall and sagging beam, until the old rude fashioned room burst flower like into rosy bloom. Young Whittier was a faithful worker on the farm. One day, when he was 19 years old, William Lloyd Garrison, the young editor of a Newburyport newspaper, to which Whittier had contributed a poem, found him assisting in repairing a stone wall. The visitor urged the father of the young poet to send him to school. As a result of this visit, Whittier entered the academy in Haverhill with the understanding that he was to earn his way. At intervals during the succeeding 10 years the poet returned to the old farm, but when he was 30 years old the place was sold. The family went to Amesbury, and he left soon afterward for Philadelphia, where he was to edit an anti-slavery paper. All through life Whittier dreamed of buying back the homestead. When he received a check for $1,000 as the first proceeds from Snowbound, he set the sum aside as the beginning of a redemption fund. But the citizens of Haverhill, led by Alfred A. Ordway, asked the privilege of buying the property themselves and making it a memorial to the poet. Whittier died before the purchase was completed, but soon afterward Fernside Farm, as the poet called it, was taken over by Mr. Ordway. It is now in the hands of an association that has restored it and keeps it open to visitors whose hearts have been stirred by the work of the Quaker poet. End of Fernside Farm, Haverhill, Massachusetts, by John Thompson Ferris.
George Washington's Fifth Annual Message to both Houses of Congress, December 3, 1793. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. George Washington's fifth annual message to both houses of Congress. Fellow citizens of the Senate and House of Representatives. Since the commencement of the term, for which I have been again called into office, no fit occasion has arisen for expressing to my fellow citizens at large the deep and respectful sense, which I feel, of the renewed testimony of public approbation. While on the one hand, it awakened my gratitude for all those instances of affectionate partiality with which I have been honored by my country, on the other, it could not prevent an earnest wish for that retirement from which no private consideration should ever have torn me. But influenced by the belief that my conduct would be estimated according to its real motives, and that the people, and the authorities derived from them, would support exertions having nothing personal for their object, I have obeyed the suffrage which commanded me to resume the executive power, and I humbly implore that Being, on whose will the fate of nations depends, to crown with success our mutual endeavors for the general happiness. As soon as the war in Europe had embraced those powers, with whom the United States have the most extensive relations, there was reason to apprehend that our intercourse with them might be interrupted, and our disposition for peace drawn into question, by the suspicions too often entertained by belligerent nations. It seemed, therefore, to be my duty to admonish our citizens of the consequences of a contraband trade, and of hostile acts to any of the parties, and to obtain, by a declaration of the existing legal state of things, an easier admission of our right to the immunities belonging to our situation. Under these impressions, the proclamation, which will be laid before you, was issued. In this posture of affairs, both new and delicate, I resolved to adopt general rules which should conform to the treaties, and assert the privileges of the United States. These were reduced into a system which will be communicated to you. Although I have not thought myself at liberty to forbid the sale of the prizes, permitted by our treaty of commerce with France, to be brought into our ports, I have not refused to cause them to be restored, when they were taken within the protection of our territory, or by vessels commissioned or equipped in a warlike form within the limits of the United States. It rests with the wisdom of Congress to correct, improve, or enforce this plan of procedure, and it will probably be found expedient to extend the legal code and the jurisdiction of the courts of the United States to many cases which, though dependent on principles already recognized, demand some further provisions. Where individuals shall, within the United States, array themselves in hostility against any of the powers at war, or enter upon military expeditions or enterprises within the jurisdiction of the United States, or usurp and exercise judicial authority within the United States, or where the penalties on violations of the law of nations may have been indistinctly marked, or are inadequate, these offenses cannot receive too early and close an attention, and require prompt and decisive remedies. Whatsoever those remedies may be, they will be well administered by the judiciary, who possess a long-established course of investigation, effectual process, and officers in the habit of executing it. In like manner, as several of the courts have doubted, under particular circumstances, their power to liberate the vessels of a nation at peace, and even of a citizen of the United States, although seized under a false color of being hostile property, and have denied their power to liberate certain captures within the protection of our territory, it would seem proper to regulate their jurisdiction in these points. But if the executive is to be the resort in either of the two last mentioned cases, it is hoped that he will be authorized by law to have facts ascertained by the courts, when, for his own information, he shall request it. I cannot recommend to your notice measures for the fulfillment of our duties to the rest of the world, without again pressing upon you the necessity of placing ourselves in a condition of complete defense, and of exacting from them the fulfillment of their duties towards us. The United States ought not to indulge a persuasion that, contrary to the order of human events, they will forever keep at a distance those painful appeals to arms, with which the history of every other nation abounds. There is a rank due to the United States among nations, which will be withheld, if not absolutely lost, by the reputation of weakness. If we desire to avoid insult, we must be able to repel it. If we desire to secure peace, one of the most powerful instruments of our rising prosperity, it must be known that we are at all times ready for war. The documents, which will be presented to you, will show the amount and kinds of arms and military stores now in our magazines and arsenals, and yet an addition, even to these supplies, cannot with prudence be neglected, as it would leave nothing to the uncertainty of procuring a warlike apparatus in the moment of public danger. Nor can such arrangements, with such objects, be exposed to the censure or jealousy of the warmest friends of republican government. They are incapable of abuse in the hands of the militia, who ought to possess a pride in being the depository of the force of the republic, and may be trained to a degree of energy equal to every military exigency of the United States. But it is an inquiry, which cannot be too solemnly pursued, whether the act, "more effectually to provide for the national defense, by establishing a uniform militia throughout the United States," has organized them so as to produce their full effect, whether your own experience in the several states has not detected some imperfections in the scheme, and whether a material feature, in an improvement of it, ought not to be to afford an opportunity for the study of those branches of the military art which can scarcely ever be attained by practice alone. The connection of the United States with Europe has become extremely interesting. The occurrences which relate to it, and have passed under the knowledge of the executive, will be exhibited to Congress in a subsequent communication. When we contemplate the war on our frontiers, it may be truly affirmed that every reasonable effort has been made to adjust the causes of dissension with the Indians north of the Ohio. The instructions given to the commissioners evince a moderation and equity proceeding from a sincere love of peace, and a liberality having no restriction but the essential interests and dignity of the United States. The attempt, however, of an amicable negotiation having been frustrated, the troops have marched to act offensively. Although the proposed treaty did not arrest the progress of military preparation, it is doubtful how far the advance of the season, before good faith justified active movements, may retard them during the remainder of the year. From the papers and intelligence which relate to this important subject, you will determine whether the deficiency in the number of troops granted by law shall be compensated by succors of militia, or additional encouragements shall be proposed to recruits. An anxiety has also been demonstrated by the executive for peace with the Creeks and the Cherokees. The former have been relieved with corn and with clothing, and offensive measures against them prohibited during the recess of Congress. To satisfy the complaints of the latter, prosecutions have been instituted for the violences committed upon them. But the papers, which will be delivered to you, disclose the critical footing on which we stand in regard to both these tribes, and it is with Congress to pronounce what shall be done. After they shall have provided for the present emergency, it will merit their most serious labors to render tranquility with the savages permanent by creating ties of interest. Next to a rigorous execution of justice on the violators of peace, the establishment of commerce with the Indian nations on behalf of the United States is most likely to conciliate their attachment. But it ought to be conducted without fraud, without extortion, with constant and plentiful supplies, with a ready market for the commodities of the Indians, and a stated price for what they give in payment and receive in exchange. Individuals will not pursue such a traffic unless they be allured by the hope of profit, but it will be enough for the United States to be reimbursed only. Should this recommendation accord with the opinion of Congress, they will recollect that it cannot be accomplished by any means yet in the hands of the executive. Gentlemen of the House of Representatives, the commissioners, charged with the settlement of accounts between the United and individual states, concluded their important functions within the time limited by law, and the balances struck in their report, which will be laid before Congress, have been placed on the books of the Treasury. On the 1st day of June last, an installment of 1 million of florins became payable on the loans of the United States in Holland. This was adjusted by a prolongation of the period of reimbursement, in the nature of a new loan, at interest at 5% for the term of 10 years, and the expenses of this operation were a commission of 3%. The first installment of the loan of $2 millions from the Bank of the United States has been paid, as was directed by law. For the second, it is necessary that provisions should be made. No pecuniary consideration is more urgent than the regular redemption and discharge of the public debt. On none can delay be more injurious, or an economy of time more valuable. The productiveness of the public revenues, hitherto, has continued to equal the anticipations which were formed of it, but it is not expected to prove commensurate with all the objects which have been suggested. Some auxiliary provisions will, therefore, it is presumed, be requisite, and it is hoped that these may be made, consistently with a due regard to the convenience of our citizens, who cannot but be sensible of the true wisdom of encountering a small present addition to their contributions, to obviate a future accumulation of burdens. But here I cannot forbear to recommend a repeal of the tax on the transportation of public prints. There is no resource so firm for the government of the United States as the affections of the people, guided by an enlightened policy, and to this primary good nothing can conduce more than a faithful representation of public proceedings, diffused without restraint throughout the United States. An estimate of the appropriations necessary for the current service of the ensuing year, and a statement of a purchase of arms and military stores made during the recess, will be presented to Congress. Gentlemen of the Senate and House of Representatives, the several objects, to which I have now referred, open a wide range to your deliberations, and involve some of the choicest interests of our common country. Permit me to bring to your remembrance the magnitude of your task. Without an unprejudiced coolness, the welfare of the government may be hazarded; without harmony, as far as consists with freedom of sentiment, its dignity may be lost. But as the legislative proceedings of the United States will never, I trust, be reproached for the want of temper or candor, so shall not the public happiness languish from the want of my strenuous and warmest cooperations. End of George Washington's 5th Annual Message to both Houses of Congress.
First Inaugural Address by Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Vermont. Lincoln's First Inaugural Address. Fellow citizens of the United States, in compliance with a custom as old as the government itself, I appear before you to address you briefly, and to take, in your presence, the oath prescribed by the Constitution of the United States to be taken by the President before he enters on the execution of his office. I do not consider it necessary at present for me to discuss those matters of administration about which there is no special anxiety or excitement. Apprehension seems to exist among the people of the Southern states that by the accession of a Republican administration their property and their peace and personal security are to be endangered. There has never been any reasonable cause for such apprehension. Indeed, the most ample evidence to the contrary has all the while existed and been open to their inspection. It is found in nearly all the published speeches of him who now addresses you. I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. Those who nominated and elected me did so with full knowledge that I had made this and many similar declarations, and had never recanted them. And more than this, they placed in the platform for my acceptance, and as a law to themselves and to me, the clear and emphatic resolution which I now read. Resolved, that the maintenance inviolate of the rights of the states, and especially the right of each state to order and control its own domestic institutions according to its own judgment exclusively, is essential to that balance of power on which the perfection and endurance of our political fabric depend, and we denounce the lawless invasion by armed force of the soil of any state or territory, no matter under what pretext, as among the gravest of crimes. I now reiterate these sentiments, and in doing so, I only press upon the public attention the most conclusive evidence of which the case is susceptible, that the property, peace, and security of no section are to be in any wise endangered by the now incoming administration. I add, too, that all the protection which, consistently with the Constitution and the laws, can be given, will be cheerfully given to all the states when lawfully demanded, for whatever cause, as cheerfully to one section as to another. There is much controversy about the delivering up of fugitives from service or labor. The clause I now read is as plainly written in the Constitution as any other of its provisions. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall in consequence of any law or regulation therein be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. It is scarcely questioned that this provision was intended, by those who made it, for the reclaiming of what we call fugitive slaves, and the intention of the lawgiver is the law. All members of Congress swear their support to the whole Constitution, to this provision as much as to any other. To the proposition, then, that slaves whose cases come within the terms of this clause shall be delivered up, their oaths are unanimous. Now, if they would make the effort in good temper, could they not, with nearly equal unanimity, frame and pass a law by means of which to keep good that unanimous oath? There is some difference of opinion whether this clause should be enforced by national or by state authority, but surely that difference is not a very material one. If the slave is to be surrendered, it can be of but little consequence to him or to others by which authority it is done. And should anyone in any case be content that his oath shall go unkept on a merely unsubstantial controversy as to how it shall be kept? Again, in any law upon this subject, ought not all the safeguards of liberty known in civilized and humane jurisprudence to be introduced, so that a free man be not, in any case, surrendered as a slave? And might it not be well, at the same time, to provide by law for the enforcement of that clause in the Constitution which guarantees that the citizen of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states? I take the official oath today with no mental reservations and with no purpose to construe the Constitution or laws by any hypercritical rules. And while I do not choose now to specify particular acts of Congress as proper to be enforced, I do suggest that it will be much safer for all, both in official and private stations, to conform to and abide by all those acts which stand unrepealed, than to violate any of them, trusting to find impunity in having them held to be unconstitutional. It is 72 years since the first inauguration of a president under our national Constitution. During that period, 15 different and greatly distinguished citizens have, in succession, administered the executive branch of the government. They have conducted it through many perils, and generally with great success. Yet with all this scope of precedent, I now enter upon the same task for the brief constitutional term of 4 years under great and peculiar difficulty. A disruption of the Federal Union, heretofore only menaced, is now formidably attempted. I hold that, in contemplation of universal law and of the Constitution, the union of these states is perpetual. Perpetuity is implied, if not expressed, in the fundamental law of all national governments. It is safe to assert that no government proper ever had a provision in its organic law for its own termination. Continue to execute all the express provisions of our national Constitution, and the Union will endure forever, it being impossible to destroy it except by some action not provided for in the instrument itself. Again, if the United States be not a government proper, but an association of states in the nature of contract merely, can it, as a contract, be peaceably unmade by less than all the parties who made it? One party to a contract may violate it, break it, so to speak, but does it not require all to lawfully rescind it? Descending from these general principles, we find the proposition that, in legal contemplation, the Union is perpetual, confirmed by the history of the Union itself. The Union is much older than the Constitution. It was formed, in fact, by the Articles of Association in 1774. It was matured and continued by the Declaration of Independence in 1776. It was further matured, and the faith of all the then 13 states expressly plighted and engaged that it should be perpetual by the Articles of Confederation in 1778. And finally, in 1787, one of the declared objects for ordaining and establishing the Constitution was to form a more perfect union. But if the destruction of the Union, by one or by a part only of the states, be lawfully possible, the Union is less perfect than before the Constitution, having lost the vital element of perpetuity. It follows from these views that no state, upon its own mere motion, can lawfully get out of the Union, that resolves and ordinances to that effect are legally void, and that acts of violence within any state or states against the authority of the United States are insurrectionary or revolutionary according to circumstances. I therefore consider that, in view of the Constitution and the laws, the Union is unbroken, and to the extent of my ability I shall take care, as the Constitution itself expressly enjoins upon me, that the laws of the Union be faithfully executed in all the states. Doing this I deem to be only a simple duty on my part, and I shall perform it so far as practicable unless my rightful masters, the American people, shall withhold the requisite means, or in some authoritative manner direct the contrary. I trust this will not be regarded as a menace, but only as the declared purpose of the Union, that it will constitutionally defend and maintain itself. In doing this, there needs to be no bloodshed or violence, and there shall be none, unless it be forced upon the national authority. The power confided to me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, and to collect the duties and imposts. But beyond what may be necessary for these objects, there will be no invasion, no using of force against or among the people anywhere. Where hostility to the United States, in any interior locality, shall be so great and universal as to prevent competent resident citizens from holding the federal offices, there will be no attempt to force obnoxious strangers among the people for that object. While the strict legal right may exist in the government to enforce the exercise of these offices, the attempt to do so would be so irritating and so nearly impracticable withal that I deem it better to forego for the time the uses of such offices. The mails, unless repelled, will continue to be furnished in all parts of the Union. So far as possible, the people everywhere shall have that sense of perfect security which is most favorable to calm thought and reflection. The course here indicated will be followed, unless current events and experience shall show a modification or change to be proper. And in every case and exigency, my best discretion will be exercised according to circumstances actually existing, and with a view and a hope of a peaceful solution of the national troubles and the restoration of fraternal sympathies and affections. That there are persons in one section or another who seek to destroy the Union at all events, and are glad of any pretext to do it, I will neither affirm nor deny. But if there be such, I need address no word to them. To those, however, who really love the Union, may I not speak? Before entering upon so grave a matter as the destruction of our national fabric, with all its benefits, its memories, and its hopes, would it not be wise to ascertain precisely why we do it? Will you hazard so desperate a step while there is any possibility that any portion of the ills you fly from have no real existence? Will you, while the certain ills you fly to are greater than all the real ones you fly from, will you risk the commission of so fearful a mistake? All profess to be content in the Union if all constitutional rights can be maintained. Is it true, then, that any right plainly written in the Constitution has been denied? I think not. Happily, the human mind is so constituted that no party can reach to the audacity of doing this. Think, if you can, of a single instance in which a plainly written provision of the Constitution has ever been denied. If, by the mere force of numbers, a majority should deprive a minority of any clearly written constitutional right, it might, in a moral point of view, justify revolution. Certainly would, if such a right were a vital one. But such is not our case. All the vital rights of minorities and of individuals are so plainly assured to them by affirmations and negations, guarantees and prohibitions in the Constitution that controversies never arise concerning them. But no organic law can ever be framed with a provision specifically applicable to every question which may occur in practical administration. No foresight can anticipate, nor any document of reasonable length contain, express provisions for all possible questions. Shall fugitives from labor be surrendered by national or state authority? The Constitution does not expressly say. May Congress prohibit slavery in the territories? The Constitution does not expressly say. Must Congress protect slavery in the territories? The Constitution does not expressly say. From questions of this class spring all our constitutional controversies, and we divide upon them into majorities and minorities. If the minority will not acquiesce, the majority must, or the government must cease. There is no other alternative, for continuing the government is acquiescence on one side or the other. If a minority in such case will secede rather than acquiesce, they make a precedent which in turn will divide and ruin them. For a minority of their own will secede from them whenever a majority refuses to be controlled by such minority. For instance, why may not any portion of a new confederacy, a year or two hence, arbitrarily secede again, precisely as portions of the present Union now claim to secede from it? All who cherish disunion sentiments are now being educated to the exact temper of doing this. Is there such perfect identity of interests among the states to compose a new union as to produce harmony only and prevent renewed secession? Plainly, the central idea of secession is the essence of anarchy. A majority held in restraint by constitutional checks and limitations, and always changing easily with deliberate changes of popular opinions and sentiments, is the only true sovereign of a free people. Whoever rejects it does, of necessity, fly to anarchy or to despotism. Unanimity is impossible. The rule of a minority as a permanent arrangement is wholly inadmissible, so that, rejecting the majority principle, anarchy or despotism in some form is all that is left. I do not forget the position, assumed by some, that constitutional questions are to be decided by the Supreme Court. Nor do I deny that such decisions must be binding, in any case, upon the parties to a suit as to the object of that suit, while they are also entitled to very high respect and consideration in all parallel cases by all other departments of the government. and while it is obviously possible that such decision may be erroneous in any given case, still the evil effect following it, being limited to that particular case, with the chance that it may be overruled and never become a precedent for other cases, can better be borne than could the evils of a different practice. At the same time, the candid citizen must confess that if the policy of the government, upon vital questions affecting the whole people, is to be irrevocably fixed by decisions of the Supreme Court the instant they are made in ordinary litigation between parties in personal actions, the people will have ceased to be their own rulers, having to that extent practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal. Nor is there in this view any assault upon the court or the judges. It is a duty from which they may not shrink to decide cases properly brought before them, and it is no fault of theirs if others seek to turn their decisions to political purposes. One section of our country believes slavery is right and ought to be extended, while the other believes it is wrong and ought not to be extended. This is the only substantial dispute. The Fugitive Slave Clause of the Constitution and the law for the suppression of the foreign slave trade are each as well enforced, perhaps, as any law can ever be in a community where the moral sense of the people imperfectly supports the law itself. The great body of the people abide by the dry legal obligation in both cases, and a few break over in each. This, I think, cannot be perfectly cured, and it would be worse in both cases after the separation of the sections than before. The foreign slave trade, now imperfectly suppressed, would be ultimately revived without restriction in one section, while fugitive slaves, now only partially surrendered, would not be surrendered at all by the other. Physically speaking, we cannot separate. We cannot remove our respective sections from each other, nor build an impassable wall between them. A husband and wife may be divorced and go out of the presence and beyond the reach of each other, but the different parts of our country cannot do this. They cannot but remain face to face, and intercourse, either amicable or hostile, must continue between them. Is it possible, then, to make that intercourse more advantageous or more satisfactory after separation than before? Can aliens make treaties easier than friends can make laws? Can treaties be more faithfully enforced between aliens than laws can among friends? Suppose you go to war. You cannot fight always, and when, after much loss on both sides and no gain on either, you cease fighting, the identical old questions as to terms of intercourse are again upon you. This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it, or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. I cannot be ignorant of the fact that many worthy and patriotic citizens are desirous of having the national constitution amended. While I make no recommendation of amendments, I fully recognize the rightful authority of the people over the whole subject, to be exercised in either of the modes prescribed in the instrument itself. And I should, under existing circumstances, favor rather than oppose a fair opportunity being afforded the people to act upon it. I will venture to add that, to me, the convention mode seems preferable, in that it allows amendments to originate with the people themselves, instead of only permitting them to take or reject propositions originated by others, not especially chosen for the purpose, and which might not be precisely such as they would wish to either accept or refuse. I understand a proposed amendment to the Constitution, which amendment, however, I have not seen, has passed Congress, to the effect that the federal government shall never interfere with the domestic institutions of the states, including that of persons held to service. To avoid misconstruction of what I have said, I depart from my purpose not to speak of particular amendments so far as to say that, holding such a provision to now be implied constitutional law, I have no objection to its being made express and irrevocable. The Chief Magistrate derives all his authority from the people, and they have conferred none upon him to fix terms for the separation of the states. The people themselves can do this also, if they choose, but the executive, as such, has nothing to do with it. His duty is to administer the present government, as it came to his hands, and to transmit it, unimpaired by him, to his successor. Why should there not be a patient confidence in the ultimate justice of the people? Is there any better or equal hope in the world? In our present differences, is either party without faith of being in the right? If the almighty ruler of nations, with his eternal truth and justice, be on your side of the north or on yours of the south, that truth and that justice will surely prevail by the judgment of this great tribunal, the American people. By the frame of the government under which we live, this same people have wisely given their public servants but little power for mischief, and have, with equal wisdom, provided for the return of that little to their own hands at very short intervals. While the people retain their virtue and vigilance, no administration, by any extreme of wickedness or folly, can very seriously injure the government in the short space of 4 years. My countrymen, one and all, think calmly and well upon this whole subject. Nothing valuable can be lost by taking time. If there be an object to hurry any of you in hot haste to a step which you would never take deliberately, that object will be frustrated by taking time, but no good object can be frustrated by it. Such of you as are now dissatisfied still have the old Constitution unimpaired, and, on the sensitive point, the laws of your own framing under it, while the new administration will have no immediate power, if it would, to change either. If it were admitted that you who are dissatisfied hold the right side in the dispute, there still is no single good reason for precipitate action. Intelligence, patriotism, Christianity, and a firm reliance on Him who has never yet forsaken this favored land are still competent to adjust in the best way all our present difficulty. In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. You have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I shall have the most solemn one to preserve, protect, and defend it. I am loath to close. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory, stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over this broad land, will yet swell the chorus of the Union when again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. End of First Inaugural Address by Abraham Lincoln. Read by Daniel Vermont, Osaka, Japan.
Chapter 4 of Freud's Theory of the Neuroses by Dr. Edward Hitchman, translated by Dr. C. R. Payne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4: The Unconscious. Consciousness and the unconscious. Common meaning of unconscious. Hypnosis and double consciousness. The unconscious in hysteria. Resistance and repression. Genesis and content of the real unconscious. The complex. The free association. The association experiment. Determination of all mental processes. Phenomena of the unconscious in the psychopathology of everyday life. The unconscious in wit and dream formation. The basic presupposition for an intelligent penetration into the secrets of hysteria is the recognition of the nature and activity of unconscious mental life. As an obstacle to appreciating this stands preeminently the conception of the prevailing school psychology, for which everything psychic is a priori only conscious, hence the speaking of unconscious mental processes constitutes an absolute absurdity. The observations of the psychoanalysts, however, compel the recognition of the existence of unconscious mental processes. The physician educated in psychoanalysis cannot do otherwise than reject the dogma of the psychologists that consciousness is the indispensable characteristic of mental life, and hold fast to his conviction based on impressions gained from his observations on patients. The results of psychoanalysis really prove with every certainty possible in the field of psychology an unconscious of wide scope and great intensity. Right here it should be emphasized that this unconscious, as psychoanalysis has revealed it, has nothing to do with the term unconscious as employed in ordinary speech usage. This conventional unconscious signifies as much as unintentional, involuntary, or it indicates psychic elements of which one has not just thought, which, however, are accessible to consciousness, and by the concentration of the attention can every time be reproduced. Unconscious, in the Freudian sense, on the contrary, means something which one does not really know, while one is compelled in the analysis by conclusive inferences to recognize it. As already mentioned, it is chiefly the investigations on neurotics which convince the analyst of the existence of the unconscious. Nevertheless, there are certain other phenomena closely related to the neuroses, suited to demonstrate in a much easier way the activity of the unconscious mental forces. Observers must recognize that there may be in one and the same individual many mental groupings which can remain fairly independent of one another, knowing nothing of one another and alternately splitting consciousness. Cases of this kind, which are called double personality or multiple personality, occasionally come to observation in patients spontaneously. If in such a splitting of personality the consciousness remains constantly joined to one of the two conditions, then this is called the conscious mental condition, the one separated from it, the unconscious. In the recognized phenomenon of the so-called post-hypnotic suggestion, in which a command given in the hypnotic state is later obeyed in the normal condition, one has an excellent picture of the influences which the conscious condition can experience from processes unconscious to it. Taking this as a pattern, one may classify the experiences of hysteria. Freud made use of hypnotism in the treatment of hysteria only at the beginning of his work with the neuroses. Since he soon discovered that only a portion of his patients could be hypnotized, he decided to work with the normal condition. Proceeding from the free associations of the patients, he came, like Breuer in his noted case by hypnoidal conditions, to the discovery that those impressions which had been the occasion of hysterical phenomena had remained in wonderful freshness and with their full affect tone for a long period of time without the patient's being cognizant of these as he was of other affairs of his life. On the contrary, these events are completely missing in the memory of the patient in his ordinary mental state, or are present at most only in outline. By the aid of the Freudian psychoanalytic technique, it soon appeared that the splitting of consciousness which is so frequent in the recognized classical cases as double consciousness may appear in every case of hysteria in the form of a mental dissociation. Thus resulted the necessity of localizing somewhere else these ideas which were not present in consciousness in the customary figurative language employed in the description of mental processes. Freud has, therefore, in accordance with Lipps, accepted the name unconscious. We speak here only of the narrower meaning of unconscious, as we might say the Freudian unconscious, or the unconscious of the neurosis. The meaning of the same can only become clear when one has recognized in what way the sum of its content was separated from the conscious mental processes. The patient betrays these pathogenic unconscious mental impulses only under great resistance. A force prevents their becoming conscious and compels them to remain unconscious. One can only really appreciate the existence of this force when one seeks in opposition to it to bring the unconscious impulses of the patient into consciousness. On this idea of resistance, Widerstand, Freud has founded his conception of the mental processes of hysteria. The same forces which today oppose as resistance the making conscious of the unconscious, purposely forgotten, must at one time have accomplished this forgetting and forced the offending pathogenic experience out of consciousness. Freud named this process, which he supposed dynamic, repression, Verdrängung, and considered it as demonstrated by the undeniable existence of the resistance, Widerstand. The repression came about by a psychic traumatic experience of special intensity and entire disagreement with the mental character of the individual, or, as appeared later, even a similarly established wish, instinct, impulse, becoming engaged in a kind of struggle for existence with the ethical and aesthetic attributes of the personality, and being thrust out of the conscious mental structure, as you might say, by an act of the will. There had been a short previous conflict, the end of which was the repression of the unbearable idea. In the field of logic, something like the rejection of judgment would correspond to this process. The acceptance of the unbearable wish impulse, or a prolonged duration of the conflict, would have called forth a higher degree of discomfort. This discomfort would be avoided by the repression, which acts as a kind of protective mechanism of the mental personality, as an expression of the instinct of self-preservation of the psychic ego. The dissociation of the mind into conscious and unconscious is explained not as an inborn weakness (gêne), but as a dynamic result of the conflict of contending mental forces. It may be mentioned here in advance that the repression tending to form a neurosis is one which has failed in so far that the repressed wish impulse continues to exist in the unconscious and waits, as it were, only for the opportunity to become active in the form of a distorted and unrecognizable substitute formation for the material repressed into the unconscious, the hysterical symptom. Compare chapters 6 and 7. The hysterical repression has its prototype in that previously mentioned organic repression of the first instinctive impulses in the child, which normally brings to a close the earliest period of polymorphous perverse sexual activity. In this there occurs the submersion into the unconscious not only of individual experiences but of a whole period of development. The continuation of certain instinctive impulses which were originally accompanied by pleasure is brought by the necessary subordination to cultural requirements into opposition to the goal ideas of the secondary thought processes, and now causes discomfort or pain instead of pleasure. Just this change of affect constitutes the essence of repression. The material in repressed instincts, sexual activities, wish impulses, and erotic fantasies forms the foundation, as you might say the oldest and deepest layers in the structure of the unconscious. A second part of the repressed material comes from repressions in later life. This repression of later years comes about through the attraction of the old nucleus of the unconscious, while from the other side the repelling forces of consciousness again seek to reject this definite material. These forces acting from both sides aid the act of repression, which when successful is a normal psychological process. Through the domination of the unconscious it can, however, easily fail, although for the individual the repression succeeds here also, since the repressed material now expresses its pathogenic activity from the unconscious. That sum of primary instinctive impulses which are killed by the original repression, the real unconscious in the Freudian sense, which furnish the stream both of the neurosis and the dream, is to be distinctly differentiated from that popular unconscious mentioned in the beginning, the combination of automatic, half-forgotten, unintentional mental processes. The psychoanalytic unconscious, on the contrary, contains nothing except repressed instinctive impulses, in the widest sense of the word, as well as those psychic formations which appear as offspring of these repressed impulses. Thus the nucleus of this contains the suppressed component instincts in so far as they were overcome and discarded in childhood. The sexual disinclination of the hysterically disposed individual causes all later sexual and erotic experiences to sink into the unconscious and join the early originally repressed material. The fundamental characteristic of the unconscious is thus its sexual character, sexual taken in its broadest sense. Only one who has completely comprehended the theory of the neuroses is capable of understanding the whole life power and indestructibility of the unconscious. The force of this is shown most clearly in the eternally recurring dreams and pathologically in the lasting productivity of the neurosis. The whole content of the unconscious is, since it is indestructible, reproducible in full vividness under appropriate conditions, psychoanalysis, in fact, some prehistoric event of early childhood, long gone from conscious thought, occasionally appears so unchanged and undiminished in intensity that one must characterize it as eternal. The task of psychoanalysis is to find the entrance to the unconscious, which is also the only way to make conscious the unconscious. The difficulty of representing what is included under the term unconscious is especially conspicuous in the fact that when we speak of the unconscious of a patient, we understand other things besides the infantile unconscious. In reality, the later repressed psychosexual material, as one encounters it in the patient, is not to be sharply distinguished from the infantile unconscious material. The more remote descendants of the original repressed impulses may no longer lie at the bottom of the mass of repressed material and can often crop up suddenly in consciousness. These descendants constitute what might be called flitting transitions from conscious to unconscious, and would be about the material which Freud calls foreconscious, something which the patient either knows or wishes to know only momentarily, which with a little effort, however, can be brought to memory. It has proved expedient to call such groups of related elementary ideas, possessed of an affect, complexes, following the example of the Zurich school, Bleuler, Jung, and others. A definite complex is in every case the occasion and content of the neurosis. It is the ruling power in the diseased mind, and from whatever point one examines the patient, he comes upon derivatives which have become conscious, the conscious substitute ideas of the repressed complex, hence regularly upon the repressed material, since he is controlled by the goal idea of the treatment that the apparently most innocent and arbitrary thing reported has some relation to the pathological condition. Proceeding from this presupposition, the analyst has merely to pay attention to the free associations of the patient, coming, as it were, from the psychic surface, to reach the repressed pathogenic complex. If it seems to a critic arbitrary to consider the results obtained from such unguided associations as at all valuable, attention must be emphatically called to the empirically discovered phenomenon which is of fundamental importance for the whole psychoanalytic technique, namely, that there is no accidental course of association, that there are no free associations, that in general, in mental life, as elsewhere in nature, there is nothing accidental, arbitrary, not related to a cause, but that every thought, every association, every mental occurrence stands in relation to its cause. Thus is determined, or more exactly, as the dream investigation shows, is determined from several sides, thus is over-determined. This causal connection science has never denied. Freud's service consists in having confirmed it by psychoanalysis. The Zurich school later furnished experimental proof of this truth discovered by Freud in the association experiments. the association experiment inaugurated by the Wundt school for formal experimental psychological investigations, which consists in calling out to the person being examined test words and registering his involuntary answers, reaction words, was elaborated by the Swiss school, Jung and others, in manner of application and utilized in the sense of the psychoanalytic investigations, so that now both meaning and content of the reactions are considered in relation to the test word and to each other. From this resulted, besides other interesting details, the fact that all reaction words which the person being tested gives to happily chosen test words stand in a close relation to one another and belong, especially in neurotics, to the prevailing thought and emotional complex. This complex manifests itself by quite definite tokens, while the reactions disclose it by the following peculiarities: lengthened reaction times, false reactions, disturbances of reproduction in the repetition of the experiment, accompanying motor phenomena, apparent contradiction, incoherence between test word and reaction, etc. These disturbances which the complex causes in the association experiment are nothing else than the Freudian resistances of the psychoanalysis. It is even possible to carry out in this field a physical control by the combination of the association experiment with a mensuration of the fluctuation of an electric current corresponding to the affect shown. The association experiment has thus confirmed the existence of the unconscious, the activity of the complex, the specific content of the etiological complex in the neuroses, and likewise brings experimental proof for the determinism of the apparently free associations which had been previously asserted by Freud. This comprehensive and demonstrable determinism in all mental occurrences is one of the most important basic principles of the Freudian psychology. It seems conceivable that there may be an universal human, as you might say normal, resistance against this limitation of free will, which may lead to a resistance against the whole Freudian theory. The psychoanalytic investigations, aided by the association experiment, have shown with absolute certainty that in mental phenomena there is nothing little, nothing arbitrary, nothing accidental. In his book Zur Psychopathologie des Alltagslebens, Psychopathology of Everyday Life, Freud has turned his investigations in this direction, namely, to certain mistakes, such as forgetting, errors of speech, writing, and action, and the like, and could point out that these insufficiencies of our mental performances, as well as certain apparently aimless performances, symptomatic acts, are regularly well motivated and determined by motives unknown to consciousness. This is corroborated when one subjects these unjustly neglected minor affairs to a penetrating psychological consideration. The reason that the motives for such unintentional acts are hidden in the unconscious and can only be revealed by psychoanalysis is to be sought in the fact that these phenomena go back to motives of which consciousness will know nothing, hence were crowded into the unconscious without, however, having been deprived of every possibility of expressing themselves. These mistakes, in which an omission has the same value as an error of commission, are thus the disguised expression of a mental impulse which has remained unconscious and thus has a meaning that appears only in a kind of indirect representation. In similar manner, Freud could regularly point out behind the wit which has a purpose, thought processes which make use of this characteristic method of expression in order to half conceal, half reveal impulses remaining unconscious. The most imposing evidence and far-reaching explanations of the unconscious psychic processes in man are afforded by the penetrating study of the dream in the art of dream interpretation elaborated by Freud. The scientific dream interpretation, inaugurated by the help of psychoanalytic methods, produces the proof of the unexpected fullness of unconscious activity and thought formation in the mind, and shows that all mental processes, both of simplest and most complicated character, can go on unconsciously. Everything conscious has an unconscious preliminary stage. The unconscious mental circle appears as the greater one, which includes the lesser one of consciousness. Lips. The speech of the unconscious is rich in means of expression which are full of oddities for one who becomes acquainted with them for the first time. Dream, symptomatic act, wit, the peculiar manners of reaction in the association experiment, the enigmatical neurotic symptoms, and finally the seemingly free association which seems the more harmless and distorted the farther it is separated from the repressed complex. All these phenomena owe their complication or difficulty of interpretation to the circumstance that the unconscious can express itself only in a form which has been censored by consciousness. Consciousness allows no direct representation of the scandalous, and since the indirect, censored, representation contains so much that is novel, paradoxical, and curious for the uninitiated, so an intelligible resistance is directed against psychoanalysis which unmasks this secret speech. The resistance against this strange method of expression of the unconscious gladly clothes itself in an intellectual denial of the whole Freudian theory, and is to be overcome only by repeated experiences which convince one of the entire regularity of the speech of the unconscious. Whoever brings the good intention to take this explanation of his resistance succeeds best in the study of his own dreams, according to Freud's directions. He can thus convince himself of the presence and power of his unconscious mental impulses, and thus succeeds in the best way in becoming a psychoanalyst. Dreams are really the first member in the series of abnormal psychic structures, the other members of which, the hysterical phobia, the obsessional and delusional idea, occupy the physician for practical reasons. Freud may thus rightly insist that he who does not know how to elucidate the origin of the dream picture will work in vain for a comprehension of the obsessional and delusional idea. Our nocturnal dream products are indeed compatible with full health of waking life, but have also the greatest external similarity and internal relationship to the creations of the insanities. Thus the dream stands in the centre, not only of the Freudian theory, but also of the psychoanalytic technique, and because of its fundamental importance will be treated in the next chapter in detail as an introduction to the theory of the psychoneuroses and analytic therapy. End of chapter 4 of Freud's Theory of the Neuroses by Dr. Edward Hitchman, translated by Dr. C. R. Payne.
Galen, from Fathers of Biology, by Charles McRae. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Galen, by Charles McRae. Under the Ptolemies, a powerful stimulus was given to biological studies at Alexandria. Scientific knowledge was carried a step or two beyond the limit reached by Aristotle. Thus Erasistratus and Herophilus thoroughly investigated the structure and functions of the valves of the heart, and were the first to recognize the nerves as organs of sensation. But, unfortunately, no complete record of the interesting work carried on by these men has come down to our times. The first writer after Aristotle whose works arrest attention is Caius Plinius Secundus, whose so-called natural history, in 37 volumes, remains to the present day as a monument of industrious compilation. But as a biologist properly so called, Pliny is absolutely without rank, for he lacked that practical acquaintance with the subject which alone could enable him to speak with authority. Of information he had an almost inexhaustible store; of actual knowledge, the result of observation and experience, so far as biological studies were concerned, he had but little. This was largely due to the encyclopedic character of the work he undertook. His mental powers were weighed down by an enormous mass of unarranged and ill-digested materials. But it was due also to the peculiar bent of Pliny's mind. He was not, like Aristotle, an original thinker. He was essentially a student of books, an immensely industrious but not always judicious compiler. Often his selections from other works prove that he failed to appreciate the relative importance of the different subjects to which he made reference. His knowledge of the Greek language appears, too, to have been defective, for he gives at times the wrong Latin names to objects described by his Greek authorities. To these defects must be added his marvelous readiness to believe any statement, provided only that it was uncommon, while, on the other hand, he showed an indefensible skepticism in regard to what was really deserving of attention. The chief value of his work consists in the historical and chronological notes of the progress of some of the subjects of which he treats, fragments of writings which would otherwise be lost to us. Pliny was killed in the destruction of Pompeii, A.D. 79. Claudius Galenus was born at Pergamus, in Asia Minor, in the 131st year of the Christian era. Few writers ever exercised for so long a time such an undisputed sway over the opinions of mankind as did this wonderful man. His authority was estimated at a much higher rate than that of all the biological writers combined who flourished during a period of more than 12 centuries, and it was often considered a sufficient argument against a hypothesis, or even an alleged matter of fact, that it was contrary to Galen. Endowed by nature with a penetrating genius and a mind of restless energy, he was eminently qualified to profit by a comprehensive and liberal education, and such he received. His father, Nikon, an architect, was a man of learning and ability, a distinguished mathematician and an astronomer, and seems to have devoted much time and care to the education of his son. The youth appears to have studied philosophy successively in the schools of the Stoics, Academics, Peripatetics, and Epicureans, without attaching himself exclusively to any one of these, and to have taken from each what he thought to be the most essential parts of their system, rejecting, however, altogether the tenets of the Epicureans. At the age of 21, on the death of his father, he went to Smyrna to continue the study of medicine, to which he had now devoted himself. After leaving this place and having traveled extensively, he took up his residence at Alexandria, which was then the most favorable spot for the pursuit of medical studies. Here he is said to have remained until he was 28 years of age, when his reputation secured his appointment, in his native city of Pergamus, to the office of physician in charge of the athletes in the gymnasia situated within the precincts of the temple of Aesculapius. For 5 or 6 years he lived in Pergamus, and then a revolt compelled him to leave his native town. The advantages offered by Rome led him to remove thither and take up his residence in the capital of the world. Here his skill, sagacity, and knowledge soon brought him into notice, and excited the jealousy of the Roman doctors, which was still further increased by some wonderful cures the young Greek physician succeeded in effecting. Possibly it was owing to the ill feeling shown to Galen that, on the outbreak of an epidemic a year afterwards, he left the imperial city and proceeded to Brindisi and embarked for Greece. It was his intention to devote his time to the study of natural history, and for this purpose he visited Cyprus, Palestine, and Lemnos. While at the last named place, however, he was suddenly summoned by Aquileia to meet the emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. He traveled through Thrace and Macedonia on foot, met the imperial personages, and prepared for them a medicine for which he seems to have been famous, and which is spoken of as the theriac. It was probably some combination of opium with various aromatics and stimulants, for antidotes of many different kinds were habitually taken by the Romans to preserve them from the ill effects of poison and of the bites of venomous animals. With the Emperor M. Aurelius he returned to Rome, and became afterwards doctor to the young Emperor Commodus. He did not, however, remain for a long period at Rome, and probably passed the greater part of the rest of his life in his native country. Although the date of his death is not positively known, yet it appears from a passage in his writings that he was living in the reign of Septimius Severus, and Suidas seems to have reason for asserting that he reached his 70th year. Galen's writings represent the common depository of the anatomical knowledge of the day, what he had learnt from many teachers, rather than the results of his own personal research. Roughly speaking, they deal with the following subjects: anatomy and physiology, dietetics and hygiene, pathology, diagnosis and semiology, pharmacy and materia medica, therapeutics. The only works of this voluminous writer at which we can here glance are those dealing with anatomy and physiology. These exhibit numerous illustrations of Galen's familiarity with practical anatomy, although it was most likely comparative rather than human anatomy at which he especially worked. Indeed, he seems to have had but few opportunities of carrying on human dissections, for he thinks himself happy in having been able to examine at Alexandria 2 human skeletons, and he recommends the dissection of monkeys because of their exact resemblance to man. To this disadvantage may, perhaps, be attributed the readiness, which sometimes appears, to assume identity of organization between man and the brutes. Thus, because in certain animals he found a double biliary duct, he concluded the same to be the case in man, and in one instance he proceeded to deduce the cause of disease from this erroneous assumption. He supposed that there were 3 modes of existence in man, namely: A, the nutritive, which was common to all animals and plants, of which the liver was the source; B, the vital, of which the heart was the source; C, the rational, of which the brain was the source. Again, he considered that the animal economy possessed 4 natural powers: 1, the attractive; 2, the alterative or assimilative; 3, the retentive or digestive; 4, the expulsive. Like his predecessors, he asserted that there were four humors, namely, blood, yellow bile, black bile, and aqueous serum. He held that it was the office of the liver to complete the process of sanguification commenced in the stomach, and that during this process the yellow bile was attracted by the branches of the hepatic duct and gall bladder, the black bile being attracted by the spleen, and the aqueous humor by the two kidneys, while the liver itself retained the pure blood, which was afterwards attracted by the heart through the vena cava, by whose ramifications it was distributed to the various parts of the body. Following Aristotle, especially, he regarded hair, nails, arteries, veins, cartilage, bone, ligament, membranes, glands, fat, and muscle as the simplest constituents of the body, formed immediately from the blood, and perfectly homogeneous in character. The organic members, e.g., lungs, liver, etc., he looked upon as formed of several of the foregoing simple parts. The osteology contained in Galen's works is nearly as perfect as that of the present day. He correctly names and describes the bones and sutures of the cranium, notices the quadrilateral shape of the parietals, the peculiar situation and shape of the sphenoid, and the form and character of the ethmoid, malar, maxillary, and nasal bones. He divides the vertebral columns into cervical, dorsal, and lumbar portions. With regard to the nervous system, he taught that the nerves of the senses are distinct from those which impart the power of motion to muscles, that the former are derived from the anterior parts of the brain, while the latter arise from the posterior portion or from the spinal cord. He maintained that the nerves of the finer senses are formed of matter too soft to be the vehicles of muscular motion, whereas, on the other hand, the nerves of motion are too hard to be susceptible of fine sensibility. His description of the method of demonstrating the different parts of the brain by dissection is very interesting, and, like his references to various instruments and contrivances, proves him to have been a practical and experienced anatomist. In his description of the organs and process of nutrition, absorption by the veins of the stomach is correctly noticed, and the union of the mesenteric veins into one common vena portae is pointed out. The communications between the ramifications of the vena portae and of the proper veins of the liver are supposed by Galen to be effected by means of anastomosing pores or channels. Although it is evident that Galen was ignorant of the true absorbent system, yet he appears to have been aware of the lacteals, for he says that in addition to those mesenteric veins, which by their union form the vena portae, there are visible in every part of the mesentery other veins, proceeding also from the intestines, which terminate in glands, and he supposes that these veins are intended for the nourishment of the intestines themselves. Some of Galen's contemporaries asserted that upon exposing the mesentery of a sucking animal several small vessels were seen filled first with air and afterwards with milk. They had doubtless mistaken colourless lymph for air, but Galen ridicules both assertions, and thereby shows that he had not examined the contents of the lacteals. This is somewhat remarkable, because as a rule he omitted no opportunity of determining with certainty, by vivisection and experiments on living animals, the uses of the various parts of the body. As an illustration of this, we have his correct statement, established by experiment, that the pylorus acts as a valve only during the process of digestion, and that it is relaxed when digestion is completed. He recognizes that the flesh of the heart is somewhat different to that of the muscles of voluntary motion. Its fibres are described as being arranged in longitudinal and transverse bundles, the former by their contractions shortening the organ, the latter compressing and narrowing it. Such statements show that he regarded the heart as essentially muscular. He thought, however, that it was entirely destitute of nerves, although he admitted that possibly it had one small branch derived from the nervus vagus sent to it, Yet he entirely overlooked the great nervous plexus surrounding the roots of the blood vessels, from which branches proceed in company with the branches of the coronary arteries and veins, and penetrate the muscular substance of the ventricles. He endeavored to prove, by experiment, observation, and reasoning, that the arteries as well as the veins contain blood, and in this connection he tells an amusing story. A certain teacher of anatomy, who had declared that the aorta contained no blood, was earnestly desired by his pupils, who were ardent disciples of Galen, to exhibit the requisite demonstration, they themselves offering animals for the experiment. He, however, after various subterfuges, declined, until they promised to give him a suitable remuneration, which they raised by subscription among themselves to the amount of 1,000 drachma, perhaps £30. The professor, being thus compelled to commence the experiment, totally failed in his attempt to cut down upon the aorta, to the no small amusement of his pupils, who, thereupon taking up the experiment themselves, made an opening into the thorax in the way in which they had been instructed by Galen, passed one ligature round the aorta at the part where it attaches itself to the spine, and another at its origin, and then, by opening the intervening portion of the artery, showed that blood was contained in it. The arteries, Galen thought, possessed a pulsative and attractive power of their own, independently of the heart, the moment of their dilation being the moment of their activity. They, in fact, drew their charge from the heart, as the heart, by its diastole, drew its charge from the vena cava and the pulmonary vein. The pulse of the arteries, he also thought, was propagated by their coats, not by the wave of blood thrown into them by the heart. He thought that at every systole of the arteries a certain portion of their contents was discharged at their extremities, namely, by the exhalent and secretory vessels. Though he demonstrated the anastomosis of arteries and veins, he nowhere hints his belief that the contents of the former pass into the latter, to be conveyed back to the heart, and from it to be again diffused over the body. He made a near approach to the Harveyan theory of the circulation, as Harvey himself admits in his De Motu Cordis. But the grand point of difference between Galen and Harvey is the question whether or not, at every systole of the left ventricle, more blood is thrown out than is expended on exhalation, secretion, and nutrition. Upon this point Galen held the negative, and Harvey, as we all know, the affirmative. The famous Asclepiads held that respiration was for the generation of the soul itself, breath and life being thus considered to be identical. Hippocrates thought it was for the nutrition and refrigeration of the innate heart, Aristotle for its ventilation, Erasistratus for the filling of the arteries with spirits. All these opinions are discussed and commented upon by Galen, who determines the purposes of respiration to be: 1. To preserve the animal heat; 2. To evacuate from the blood the products of combustion. He conjectured that there was in atmospheric air not only a quality friendly to the vital spirit, but also a quality inimical to it, which conjecture he drew from observation of the various phenomena accompanying the support and the extinction of flame, and he says that if we could only find out why flame is extinguished by absence of the air, we might then know the nature of that substance which imparts warmth to the blood during the process of respiration. On another occasion he says that it is evidently the quality and not the quantity of the air which is necessary to life. He further shows that he recognized the analogy between respiration and combustion, by comparing the lungs to a lamp, the heart to its wick, the blood to the oil, and the animal heat to the flame. From certain observations in various parts of his works, it appears that, although ignorant of the doctrine of atmospheric pressure, he was acquainted with some of its practical effects. Thus, he says, if you put one end of an open tube under water and suck out the air with the other end, you will draw up water into the mouth, and that it is in this way that infants extract the milk from the mother's breast. Again, Erasistratus supposed that the vapor of charcoal and of certain pits and wells was fatal to life because lighter than common air, but Galen maintained it to be heavier. He described two kinds of respiration, one by the mouths of the arteries of the lungs, and one by the mouths of the arteries of the skin. In each case, he says, the surrounding air is drawn into the vessels during their diastole for the purpose of cooling the blood, and during their systole the fuliginous particles derived from the blood and other fluids of the body are forced out. He considers the diaphragm to be the principal muscle of respiration, but he makes a clear distinction between ordinary respiration, which he calls a natural and involuntary effort, and that deliberate and forced respiration which is obedient to the will, and he says that there are different muscles for the two purposes. Elsewhere, he particularly points out the two sets of intercostal muscles and their mode of action, of which, before his time, he asserts that anatomists were ignorant. He describes various effects produced on respiration and on the voice by the division of those nerves which are connected with the thorax, and shows particularly the effect of dividing the recurrent branch of his sixth pair of cerebral nerves, the pneumogastric of modern anatomy. He explains how it happens that after division of the spinal cord, provided that division be beneath the lower termination of the neck, the diaphragm will still continue to act, in consequence, namely, of the origin of the phrenic nerve being above the lower termination of the neck. Before the time of Galen, the medical profession was divided into several sects, e.g., dogmatici, empirici, electici, pneumatici, and episthetici, who were always disputing with one another. After his time, all sects seem to have merged in his followers. The subsequent Greek and Roman biological writers were more compilers from his works, and as soon as his writings were translated into Arabic, they were at once adopted throughout the East to the exclusion of all others. He remained paramount throughout the civilized world until within the last 300 years. In the records of the College of Physicians of England, we read that Dr. Gines was cited before the college in 1559 for impugning the infallibility of Galen, and was only admitted again into the privileges of his fellowship on acknowledgment of his error and humble recantation signed with his own hand. Kurt Springle has well said that, "if the physicians who remained so faithfully attached to Galen's system had inherited his penetrating mind, his observing glance, and his depth, the art of healing would have approached the limit of perfection before all the other sciences. But it was written in the book of destiny that mind and reason were to bend under the yoke of superstition and barbarism, and were only to emerge after centuries of lethargic sleep." End of Galen by Charles McCrae.
Gettysburg Address by Abraham Lincoln. Read by Daniel Vermont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that this nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. End of Gettysburg Address by Abraham Lincoln. Read by Daniel Vermont, Osaka, Japan.
Ibera, from the Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Ibera, from the Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition. Ibera, a city of Ecuador and capital of the province of Imbabura, about 50 miles north-northeast of Quito, on a small fertile plain at the northern foot of Imbabura volcano, 7,300 feet above sea level. Population 1900, estimate 5,000. It stands on the left bank of the Tahuando, a small stream whose waters flow north and west to the Pacific through the Mira, and is separated from the higher plateau of Quito by an elevated transverse ridge of which the Imbabura and Mojanda volcanoes form a part. The surrounding country is mountainous, the valleys being very fertile. Ibarra itself has a mild, humid climate, and is set in the midst of orchards and gardens. It is the see of a bishop, and has a large number of churches and convents, and many substantial residences. Ibarra has manufactures of cotton and woolen fabrics, hats, sandals, alpargates, sacks and rope from Cabula fiber, laces, sugar, and various kinds of distilled spirits and cordials made from the sugar cane grown in the vicinity. Mules are bred for the Colombian markets of Pasto and Popayan. Ibarra was founded in 1597 by Alvaro de Ibarra, the president of Quito. It has suffered from the eruptions of Imbabura, and more severely from earthquakes, that of 1859 causing great damage to its public buildings, and the greater one of the 16th of August, 1868, almost completely destroyed the town and killed a large number of its inhabitants. The village of Caranqui, 1 1/4 miles from Ibarra, is the birthplace of Atahualpa, the Inca sovereign executed by Pizarro, and close by is the small lake called Yaguarcocha, where the army of Huyanacapac, the father of Atahualpa, inflicted a bloody defeat on the Caranquis. Another aboriginal battlefield is that of Hatontaqui, near Ibarra, where Huyanacapac won a decisive victory and added the greater part of Ecuador to his realm. The whole region is full of tolas, or Indian burial mounds. End of Ibarra. Iguana, by the Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Iguana by Anonymous. Systematically Iguanidae, Spanish equivalent of Carib iguana, a family of pleurodont lizards comprising about 50 genera and 300 species. With 3 exceptions, all the genera of this extensive family belong to the New World, being specifically characteristic of the neotropical region, where they occur as far south as Patagonia, while extending northward into the warmer parts of the Nearctic regions as far as California and British Columbia. The exceptional genera are Brachylophusin of the Fiji Islands, Hoplurus, and Chalarodon in Madagascar. The iguanas are characterized by the peculiar form of their teeth, these being round at the root and blade-like, with serrated edges towards the tip, resembling in this respect the gigantic extinct reptile Iguanodon. The typical forms belonging to this family are distinguished by the large dewlap or pouch situated beneath the head and neck, and by the crest, composed of slender elongated scales, which extends in gradually diminishing height from the nape of the neck to the extremity of the tail. The latter organ is very long, slender and compressed. The tongue is generally short, and not deeply divided at its extremity, nor is its base retracted into a sheath. It is always moist and covered with a glutinous secretion. The prevailing color of the iguanas is green, and as the majority of them are arboreal in their habits, such coloring is generally regarded as protective. Those, on the other hand, which reside on the ground have much duller, although as a rule equally protective hues. Some iguanas, however, e.g. Anolis carolinensis, possess, to an extent only exceeded by the chameleon, the power of changing their colors, their brilliant green becoming transformed under the influence of fear or irritation into more somber hues and even into black. They differ greatly in size, from a few inches to several feet in length. One of the largest and most widely distributed is the common iguana, Iguana tuberculata, which occurs in the tropical parts of Central and South America and the West Indies, with the closely allied Iguana rhinolophus. It attains a length of 6 feet, weighing then perhaps 30 pounds, and is of a greenish color, occasionally mixed with brown, while the tail is surrounded with alternate rings of those colors. Its food consists of vegetable substances, mostly leaves, which it obtains from the forest trees among whose branches it lives and in the hollows of which it deposits its eggs. These are of an oblong shape about 1½ inches in length, and are said by travelers to be very pleasant eating, especially when taken raw and mixed with farina. They are timid, defenseless animals, depending for safety on the comparative inaccessibility of their arboreal haunts, and their protective coloring, which is rendered even more effective by their remaining still on the approach of danger. But the favorite resorts of the iguana are trees which overhang the water, into which they let themselves fall with a splash, whatever the height of the tree, and then swim away, or hide at the bottom for many minutes. Otherwise they exhibit few signs of animal intelligence. "The iguana," says H.W. Bates, the naturalist on the Amazons, "is one of the stupidest animals I ever met. The one I caught dropped helplessly from a tree just ahead of me. It turned round for a moment to have an idiotic stare at the intruder, and then set off running along the path. I ran after it, and it then stopped, as a timid dog would do, crouching down and permitting me to seize it by the neck and carry it off." Along with several other species, notably Ctenosura acanthinura, which is omnivorous, likewise called iguana, the common iguana is much sought after in tropical America. the natives esteem its flesh as a delicacy, and capture it by slipping a noose round its neck as it sits in fancied security on the branch of a tree. Although chiefly arboreal, many of the iguanas take readily to the water, and there is at least one species, Amblyrhynchus cristatus, which leads for the most part an aquatic life. These marine lizards occur only in the Galapagos Islands, where they are never seen more than 20 yards inland, while they may often be observed in companies several hundreds of yards from the shore, swimming with great facility by means of their flattened tails. Their feet are all more or less webbed, but in swimming they are said to keep these organs motionless by their sides. Their food consists of marine vegetation, to obtain which they dive beneath the water, where they are able to remain, without coming to the surface to breathe, for a very considerable time. Though they are thus the most aquatic of lizards, Darwin, who studied their habits during his visit to those islands, states that when frightened they will not enter the water. Driven along a narrow ledge of rock to the edge of the sea, they preferred capture to escape by swimming, while if thrown into the water they immediately return to the point from which they started. A land species belonging to the allied genus Conolophus also occurs in the Galapagos, which differs from most of its kind in forming burrows in the ground. End of Iguana, by Anonymous.
Introduction to the book Speeches and Letters of Abraham Lincoln, 1832 to 1865, edited by Merwin Rowe, 1907, by James Bryce, 1st Viscount Bryce, United Kingdom Ambassador to the United States of America, 1907 to 1913. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No man since Washington has become to Americans so familiar or so beloved a figure as Abraham Lincoln. He is to them the representative and typical American, the man who best embodies the political ideals of the nation. He is typical in the fact that he sprang from the masses of the people, that he remained through his whole career a man of the people, that his chief desire was to be in accord with the beliefs and wishes of the people, that he never failed to trust in the people and to rely on their support. Every native American knows his life and his speeches. His anecdotes and witticisms have passed into the thought and conversation of the whole nation, as those of no other statesman have done. He belongs, however, not only to the United States, but to the whole of civilized mankind. It is no exaggeration to say that he has, within the last 30 years, grown to be a conspicuous figure in the history of the modern world. Without him, the course of events not only in the Western Hemisphere, but in Europe, also would have been different, for he was called to guide at the greatest crisis of its fate, a state already mighty, and now far more mighty than in his days, and the guidance he gave has affected the march of events ever since. A life and a character such as his ought to be known to and comprehended by Europeans as well as by Americans. Among Europeans it is especially Englishmen who ought to appreciate him and understand the significance of his life, for he came of an English stock, he spoke the English tongue. His action told upon the progress of events and the shaping of opinion in all British communities everywhere more than it has done upon any other nation outside America itself. This collection of Lincoln's speeches seeks to make him known by his words as readers of history know him by his deeds. In popularly governed countries the great statesman is almost of necessity an orator, though his eminence as a speaker may be no true measure either of his momentary power or of his permanent fame, for wisdom, courage, and tact bear little direct relation to the gift for speech. But whether that gift be present in greater or in lesser degree, the character and ideas of a statesman are best studied through his own words. This is particularly true of Lincoln, because he was not what may be called a professional orator. There have been famous orators whose speeches we may read for the beauty of their language or for the wealth of ideas they contain, with comparatively little regard to the circumstances of time and place that led to their being delivered. Lincoln is not one of these. His speeches need to be studied in close relation to the occasions which called them forth. They are not philosophical lucubrations or brilliant displays of rhetoric. They are a part of his life. They are the expression of his convictions, and derive no small part of their weight and dignity from the fact that they deal with grave and urgent questions, and express the spirit in which he approached those questions. Few great characters stand out so clearly revealed by their words, whether spoken or written, as he does. Accordingly, Lincoln's discourses are not like those of nearly all the men whose eloquence has won them fame. When we think of such men as Pericles, Demosthenes, Æschines, Cicero, Hortensius, Burke, Sheridan, Erskine, Canning, Webster, Gladstone, Bright, Massillon, Vergniaud, Castelar, we think of exuberance of ideas or of phrase, of a command of appropriate similes or metaphors, of the gifts of invention and of exposition, of imaginative flights or outbursts of passion fit to stir and rouse an audience to like passion. We think of the orator as gifted with a powerful or finely modulated voice, an imposing presence, a graceful delivery. Or if, remembering that Lincoln was by profession a lawyer, and practiced until he became President of the United States, we think of the special gifts which mark the forensic orator, we should expect to find a man full of ingenuity and subtlety, one dexterous in handling his case in such wise as to please and capture the judge or the jury whom he addresses, one skilled in those rhetorical devices and strokes of art which can be used, when need be, to engage the listener's feelings and distract his mind from the real merits of the issue. Of all this kind of talent there was in Lincoln but little. He was not an artful pleader. Indeed, it was said of him that he could argue well only those cases in the justice of which he personally believed, and was unable to make the worse appear the better reason. For most of the qualities which the world admires in Cicero or in Burke, we should look in vain in Lincoln's speeches. They are not fine pieces of exquisite diction, fit to be declaimed as school exercises, or set before students as models of composition. What then are their merits? And why do they deserve to be valued and remembered? How comes it that a man of first-rate powers was deficient in qualities appertaining to his own profession, which men less remarkable have possessed? To answer this question, let us first ask what were the preparation and training Abraham Lincoln had for oratory, whether political or forensic. Born in rude and abject poverty, he had never any education, except what he gave himself, till he was approaching manhood. Not even books wherewith to inform and train his mind were within his reach. No school, no university, no legal faculty had any part in training his powers. When he became a lawyer and a politician, the years most favorable to continuous study had already passed, and the opportunities he found for reading were very scanty. He knew but few authors in general literature, though he knew those few thoroughly. He taught himself a little mathematics, but he could read no language save his own, and can have had only the faintest acquaintance with European history or with any branch of philosophy. The want of regular education was not made up for by the persons among whom his lot was cast. Till he was a grown man, he never moved in any society from which he could learn those things with which the mind of an orator or a statesman ought to be stored. Even after he had gained some legal practice, there was for many years no one for him to mix with except the petty practitioners of a petty town, men nearly all of whom knew little more than he did himself. Schools gave him nothing, and society gave him nothing. But he had a powerful intellect and a resolute will. Isolation fostered not only self-reliance, but the habit of reflection, and indeed of prolonged and intense reflection. He made all that he knew a part of himself. He thought everything out for himself. His convictions were his own, clear and coherent. He was not positive or opinionated, and he did not deny that at certain moments he pondered and hesitated long before he decided on his course. But though he could keep a policy in suspense, waiting for events to guide him, he did not waver. He paused and reconsidered, but it was never his way either to go back upon a decision once made, or to waste time in vain regrets that all he expected had not been attained. He took advice readily, and left many things to his ministers, but he did not lean upon his advisers. Without vanity or ostentation, he was always independent, self-contained, prepared to take full responsibility for his acts. That he was keenly observant of all that passed under his eyes, that his mind played freely round everything it touched, we know from the accounts of his talk, which first made him famous in the town and neighborhood where he lived. His humor and his memory for anecdotes, which he could bring out to good purpose at the right moment, are qualities which Europe deems distinctively American, but no great man of action in the 19th century, even in America, possessed them in the same measure. Seldom has so acute a power of observation been found united to so abundant a power of sympathy. These remarks may seem to belong to a study of his character rather than of his speeches, yet they are not irrelevant, because the interest of his speeches lies in their revelation of his character. Let us, however, return to the speeches and to the letters, some of which, given in this volume, are scarcely less noteworthy than are the speeches. What are the distinctive merits of these speeches and letters? There is less humor in them than his reputation as a humorist would have led us to expect. They are serious, grave, practical. We feel that the man does not care to play over the surface of the subject, or to use it as a way of displaying his cleverness. He is trying to get right down to the very foundation of the matter, and tell us what his real thoughts about it are. In this respect he sometimes reminds us of Bismarck's speeches, which in their rude, broken, forth-darting way always go straight to their destined aim, always hit the nail on the head. So, too, in their effort to grapple with fundamental facts, Lincoln's bear a sort of likeness to Cromwell's speeches, though Cromwell has far less power of utterance, and always seems to be wrestling with the difficulty of finding language to convey to others what is plain, true, and weighty to himself. This difficulty makes the great Protector, though we can usually see what he is driving at, frequently confused and obscure. Lincoln, however, is always clear. Simplicity, directness, and breadth are the notes of his thought. Aptness, clearness, and again simplicity, are the notes of his diction. The American speakers of his generation, like most of those of the preceding generation, but unlike those of that earlier generation to which Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, Marshall, and Madison belonged, were generally infected by a floridity which made them a byword in Europe. Even men of brilliant talent, such as Edward Everett, were by no means free from this straining after effect by highly colored phrases and theatrical effects. Such faults have today virtually vanished from the United States, largely from a change in public taste, to which perhaps the example set by Lincoln himself may have contributed. In the forties and fifties, florid rhetoric was rampant, especially in the West and South, where taste was less polished than in the older States. That Lincoln escaped it is a striking mark of his independence as well as of his greatness. There is no superfluous ornament in his orations, nothing tawdry, nothing otiose. For the most part, he addresses the reason of his hearers, and credits them with desiring to have none but solid arguments laid before them. When he does appeal to emotion, he does it quietly, perhaps even solemnly. The note struck is always a high note. The impressiveness of the appeal comes not from fervid vehemence of language, but from the sincerity of his own convictions. Sometimes one can see that through its whole course the argument is suffused by the speaker's feeling, and when the time comes for the feeling to be directly expressed, it glows not with fitful flashes, but with the steady heat of an intense and strenuous soul. The impression which most of the speeches leave on the reader is that their matter has been carefully thought over, even when the words have not been learnt by heart. But there is an anecdote that on one occasion, early in his career, Lincoln went to a public meeting, not in the least intending to speak, but presently being called for by the audience, rose in obedience to the call, and delivered a long address so ardent and thrilling that the reporters dropped their pencils, and, absorbed in watching him, forgot to take down what he said. It has also been stated, on good authority, that on his way in the railroad cars to the dedication of the monument on the field of Gettysburg, he turned to a Pennsylvanian gentleman who was sitting beside him and remarked, "I suppose I shall be expected to say something this afternoon. Lend me a pencil and a bit of paper," and that he thereupon jotted down the notes of a speech which has become the best known and best remembered of all his utterances, so that some of its words and sentences have passed into the minds of all educated men everywhere. That famous Gettysburg speech is the best example one could desire of the characteristic quality of Lincoln's eloquence. It is a short speech. It is wonderfully terse in expression. It is quiet, so quiet that at the moment it did not make upon the audience, an audience wrought up by a long and highly decorated harangue from one of the prominent orators of the day, an impression at all commensurate to that which it began to make as soon as it was read over America and Europe. There is in it not a touch of what we call rhetoric, or of any striving after effect. Alike in thought and in language, it is simple, plain, direct. But it states certain truths and principles in phrases so aptly chosen and so forcible that one feels as if those truths could have been conveyed in no other words, and as if this deliverance of them were made for all time. Words so simple and so strong could have come only from one who had meditated so long upon the primal facts of American history and popular government, that the truths those facts taught him had become like the truths of mathematics in their clearness, their breadth, and their precision. The speeches on slavery read strange to us now, when slavery as a living system has been dead for 40 years, dead and buried hell deep under the detestation of mankind. It is hard for those whose memory does not go back to 1865 to realize that down till then it was not only a terrible fact, but was defended by many otherwise good men, defended not only by pseudo-scientific anthropologists as being in the order of nature, but by ministers of the gospel, out of the sacred scriptures, as part of the ordinances of God. Lincoln's position, the position of one who had to induce slave owning fellow citizens to listen to him and admit persuasion into their heated and prejudiced minds, did not allow him to denounce it with horror, as we can all so easily do today. But though his language is calm and restrained, he never condescends to palter with slavery. He shows its innate evils and dangers with unanswerable force. The speech on the Dred Scott decision is a lucid, close, and cogent piece of reasoning, which, in its wide view of constitutional issues, sometimes reminds one of Webster, sometimes even of Burke, though it does not equal the former in weight, nor the latter in splendor of diction. Among the letters, perhaps the most impressive is that written to Mrs. Bixley, the mother of 5 sons who had died fighting for the Union in the armies of the North. It is short, and it deals with a theme on which hundreds of letters are written daily. But I do not know where the nobility of self-sacrifice for a great cause, and of the consolation which the thought of a sacrifice so made should bring, is set forth with such simple and pathetic beauty. Deep must be the fountains from which there issue so pure a stream. The career of Lincoln is often held up to ambitious young Americans as an example to show what a man may achieve by his native strength, with no advantage of birth, or environment, or education. In this there is nothing improper, nothing fanciful. The moral is one which may well be drawn, and in which those on whose early life fortune has not smiled may find encouragement. But the example is, after all, no great encouragement to ordinary men, for Lincoln was an extraordinary man. He triumphed over the adverse conditions of his early years because nature had bestowed on him high and rare powers. Superficial observers who saw his homely aspect and plain manners, and noted that his fellow townsmen, when asked why they so trusted him, answered that it was for his common sense, failed to see that his common sense was a part of his genius. What is common sense but the power of seeing the fundamentals of any practical question, and of disengaging them from the accidental and transient features that may overlie these fundamentals, the power, to use a familiar expression, of getting down to bedrock? One part of this power is the faculty for perceiving what the average man will think and can be induced to do. This is what keeps the superior mind in touch with the ordinary mind, and this is perhaps why the name of common sense is used, because the superior mind seems in its powers of comprehending others to be itself a part of the general sense of the community. All men of high practical capacity have this power. It is the first condition of success. But in men who have received a philosophical or literary education, there is a tendency to embellish, for purposes of persuasion, or perhaps for their own gratification, the language in which they recommend their conclusions, or to state those conclusions in the light of large general principles, a tendency which may, unless carefully watched, carry them too high above the heads of the crowd. Lincoln, never having had such an education, spoke to the people as one of themselves. He seemed to be saying not only what each felt, but expressing the feeling just as each would have expressed it. In reality, he was quite as much above his neighbors in insight as was the polished orator or writer, but the plain directness of his language seemed to keep him on their level. His strength lay less in the form and vesture of the thought than in the thought itself, in the large, simple, practical view which he took of the position. And thus, to repeat what has been said already, the sterling merit of these speeches of his, that which made them effective when they were delivered and makes them worth reading today, is to be found in the justness of his conclusions and their fitness to the circumstances of the time. When he rose into higher air, when his words were clothed with stateliness and solemnity, it was the force of his conviction, and the emotion that thrilled through his utterance, that printed the words deep upon the minds and drove them home to the hearts of the people. What is a great man? Common speech, which after all must be our guide to the sense of the terms which the world uses, gives this name to many sorts of men. How far greatness lies in the power and range of the intellect, how far in the strength of the will, how far in elevation of view and aim and purpose, this is a question too large to be debated here. But of Abraham Lincoln it may be truly said that in his greatness all three elements were present. He had not the brilliance, either in thought or word or act, that dazzles, nor the restless activity that occasionally pushes to the front even persons with gifts not of the first order. He was a patient, thoughtful, melancholy man, whose intelligence, working sometimes slowly, but always steadily and surely, was capacious enough to embrace and vigorous enough to master the incomparably difficult facts and problems he was called to deal with. His executive talent showed itself not in sudden and startling strokes, but in the calm serenity with which he formed his judgments and laid his plans, in the undismayed firmness with which he adhered to them in the face of popular clamor, of conflicting counsels from his advisers, sometimes even of what others deemed all but hopeless failure. These were the qualities needed in one who had to pilot the Republic through the heaviest storm that had ever broken upon it. But the mainspring of his power, and the truest evidence of his greatness, lay in the nobility of his aims, in the fervor of his conviction, in the stainless rectitude which guided his action and won for him the confidence of the people. Without these things, neither the vigor of his intellect nor the firmness of his will would have availed. There is a vulgar saying that all great men are unscrupulous. Of him it may rather be said that the note of greatness we feel in his thinking and his speech and his conduct had its source in the loftiness and purity of his character. Lincoln's is one of the careers that refute this imputation on human nature. James Bryce. End of Abraham Lincoln, An Introduction, by James Bryce. Read by David Wales.
Letter to Menicius by Epicurus. Translated by Peter Saint-André. Read by Daniel Vermont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greetings from Epicurus to Menoikos. Let no one put off the love and practice of wisdom when young, nor grow tired of it when old, for it is never too early or too late for the health of the soul. Someone who says that the time to love and practice wisdom has not yet come or has passed is like someone who says that the time for happiness has not yet come or has passed. Young or old, it is necessary to love and practice wisdom, so that in old age you can be youthful by taking joy in the good things you remember, and likewise in youth you can be mature by not fearing what will come. Reflect on what brings happiness, because if you have that, you have everything, but if not, you will do everything to attain it. Do and practice, then, the things I have always recommended to you, holding them to be the stairway to a beautiful life. First, believe that God is a blissful, immortal being, as is commonly held. do not ascribe to God anything that is inconsistent with immortality and blissfulness. Instead, believe about God everything that can support immortality and blissfulness. For gods there are. Our knowledge of them is clear. Yet they are not such as most people believe. Indeed, most people are not even consistent in what they believe. It is not impious to deny the gods that most people believe in, but to ascribe to the gods what most people believe. The things that most people say about the gods are based on false assumptions, not a firm grasp of the facts, because they say that the greatest goods and the greatest harms come from the gods. For since they are at home with what is best about themselves, they accept that which is similar and consider alien that which is different. Second, train yourself to hold that death is nothing to us, because good and evil consist in sensation, and death is the removal of sensation. A correct understanding that death is nothing to us makes the mortality of life enjoyable, not because it gives you an unbounded span of time, but because it removes the desire for immortality. There is nothing terrifying in life to someone who truly understands that there is nothing terrifying in the absence of life. Only a fool says that he fears death because it causes pain ahead of time, not because it will cause pain when it comes. For something that causes no trouble when present causes only a groundless pain when merely expected. So death, the most terrifying of evils, is nothing to us, because as long as we exist, death is not present, whereas when death is present, we do not exist. It is nothing to those who live, since to them it does not exist, and it is nothing to those who have died, since they no longer exist. Most people shrink from death as the greatest of evils, or else extol it as a release from the evils of life. Yet the wise man does not dishonor life, since he is not set against it, and he is not afraid to stop living, since he does not consider that to be a bad thing. Just as he does not choose the greatest amount of food, but the most pleasing food, so he savors not the longest time, but the span of time that brings the greatest joy. It is simple-minded to advise a young person to live well and an old person to die well, not only because life is so welcome, but also because it is through the very same practices that one both lives well and dies well. It is even worse to say that it is good to never have been born, or, having been born, to pass through the gates of Hades as soon as possible. If he believes what he says, why doesn't he depart from life? It is easily done if he has truly decided. But if he is joking, it is a worthless remark to those who don't accept it. Remember that what will be is not completely within our control, nor completely outside our control, so that we will not completely expect it to happen, nor be completely disappointed if it does not happen. Third, keep in mind that some desires are natural, whereas others are groundless. That among the natural desires, some are natural and necessary, whereas others are merely natural. And that among the necessary desires, some are necessary for happiness, some for physical health, and some for life itself. The steady contemplation of these facts enables you to understand everything that you accept or reject in terms of the health of the body and the serenity of the soul, since that is the goal of a completely happy life. Our every action is done so that we will not be in pain or fear. As soon as we achieve this, the soul is released from every storm, since an animal has no other need and must seek nothing else to complete the goodness of body and soul. Thus, we need pleasure only when we are in pain caused by its absence, but when we are not in pain, then we have no need of pleasure. This is why we say that pleasure is the beginning and the end of a completely happy life, for we recognize it as the primary and innate good. We honor it in everything we accept or reject, and we achieve it if we judge every good thing by the standard of how that thing affects us. And because this is the primary and inborn good, we do not choose every pleasure. Instead, we pass up many pleasures when we will gain more of what we need from doing so. And we consider many pains to be better than pleasures, if we experience a greater pleasure for a long time from having endured those pains. So every pleasure is a good thing because its nature is favorable to us. Yet not every pleasure is to be chosen. Just as every pain is a bad thing, yet not every pain is always to be shunned. It is proper to make all these decisions through measuring things side by side and looking at both the advantages and disadvantages. For sometimes we treat a good thing as bad and a bad thing as good. Fourth, we hold that self-reliance is a great good. Not so that we will always have only a few things, but so that if we do not have much, we will rejoice in the few things we have, firmly persuaded that those who need luxury the least enjoy it the most, and that everything natural is easily obtained, whereas everything groundless is hard to get. So simple flavors bring just as much pleasure as a fancy diet, if all pain from true need has been removed. And bread and water give the highest pleasure when someone in need partakes of them. Training yourself to live simply and without luxury brings you complete health, gives you endless energy to face the necessities of life, better prepares you for the occasional luxury, and makes you fearless, no matter your fortune in life. So, when we say that pleasure is the goal, we do not mean the pleasures of decadent people or the enjoyment of sleep, as is believed by those who are ignorant or who don't understand us or who are ill-disposed to us, but to be free from bodily pain and mental disturbance. For a pleasant life is produced not by drinking and endless parties and enjoying boys and women and consuming fish and other delicacies of an extravagant table, but by sober reasoning, searching out the cause of everything we accept or reject, and driving out opinions that cause the greatest trouble in the soul. Practical wisdom is the foundation of all these things, and is the greatest good. Thus, practical wisdom is more valuable than philosophy, and is the source of every other excellence, teaching us that it is not possible to live joyously without also living wisely and beautifully and rightly, nor to live wisely and beautifully and rightly without living joyously. For the excellences grow up together with the pleasant life, and the pleasant life is inseparable from them. In short, whom do you consider better than someone who holds pious opinions about the gods, who is always fearless in the face of death, who has reasoned out the natural goal of life, and who has understood that the limit of good things is easy to fulfill and easy to achieve, whereas the limit of bad things is either short-lived or causes little pain? Someone who laughs at destiny, which is asserted by some to be the master of all things. For he holds that we are responsible for what we achieve, even though some things happen by necessity, some by chance, and some by our own power, because although necessity is not accountable, he sees that chance is unstable, whereas the things that are within our power have no other master, so that naturally praise and blame are inseparably connected to them. Indeed, he sees that it would be better even to cleave to the myths about the gods, since that leaves some hope of prevailing upon them through worship, than to be subject to the destiny of the scientists, since that way lies an inexorable necessity. And such a man holds that fate is not a god, as most people believe, because a god does nothing disorderly. and he holds that fate is not an uncertain cause, because nothing good or bad with respect to a completely happy life is given to men by chance, although it does provide the beginnings of both great goods and great evils. And he considers it better to be rationally unfortunate than irrationally fortunate, since it is better for a beautiful choice to have the wrong results than for an ugly choice to have the right results just by chance. So, practice these and similar things, day and night, by yourself and with a like-minded friend, and you will never be disturbed, whether waking or sleeping. And you will live as a god among men. For a man who lives in the midst of immortal goods is unlike a merely mortal being. End of Letter to Menicius by Epicurus, translated by Peter Saint-André. Read by Daniel Vermont, Osaka, Japan.
The Market by William McFee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a sharp, imperative rap on my outer door. A rap having within its insistent urgency a shadow of delicate diffidence, as though the person responsible were a trifle scared of the performance and on tiptoe to run away. I roll over and regard the clock. 4:40. One of the dubious byproducts of continuous service as a senior assistant at sea is the habit of waking automatically about 4 a.m. This gives one several hours when ashore to meditate upon one's sins, frailties, and more rarely triumphs and virtues. For a man who gets up at say 4:30 is regarded with aversion ashore. His family express themselves with superfluous vigor. He must lie still and meditate, or suffer the ignominy of being asked when he is going away again. But this morning, in these old chambers, is an ancient inn buried in the heart of London City. I have agreed to get up and go out. The reason for this momentous departure from a life of temporary but deliberate indolence is a lady. Cherchez la femme, as the French say with the dry animosity of a logical race. Well, she is not far to seek, being on the outside of my heavy oak door, tapping, as already hinted, with a sharp, insistent delicacy. To this romantic summons, I reply with an articulate growl of acquiescence, and proceed to get ready. To relieve the anxiety of any reader who imagines an impending elopement, it may be stated in succinct truthfulness that we are bound on no such desperate venture. We are going round the corner a few blocks up the Strand to Covent Garden Market to see the arrival of the metropolitan supply of produce. Having accomplished a hasty toilet, almost as primitive as that favored by gentlemen aroused to go on watch, and placating an occasional repetition of the tapping by brief protests and reports of progress, I take hat and cane, and drawing the huge antique bolts of my door, discover a young woman standing by the window, looking out upon the quadrangle of the old inn. She is a very decided young woman, who is continuously thinking out what she calls stunts for articles in the press. That is her profession, or one of her professions, writing articles for the press. The other profession is selling manuscripts, which constitutes a tender bond between us. For the usual agent's commission, she is selling one of my manuscripts. Being an unattached and, as it were, unprotected male, she plans little excursions about London to keep me instructed and entertained. Here she is attired in the flamboyant finery of a London flower girl. She is about to get the necessary copy for a special article in a morning paper. With the exception of a certain expectant flash of her bright black Irish eyes, she is entirely businesslike. Commenting on the beauty of an early summer morning in town, we descend, and passing out under the ponderous ancient archway, we make a leisurely progress westward down the Strand. London is always beautiful to those who love and understand that extraordinary microcosm, but at 5 of a summer morning there is about her an exquisite quality of youthful fragrance and debonair freshness which goes to the heart. The newly hosed streets are shining in the sunlight as though paved with patines of bright gold. Early buses rumble by from neighboring barns where they have spent the night, and as we near the new Gaiety Theatre, thrusting forward into the great rivers of traffic, soon to pour round its base like some tolled Byzantine promontory, we see Waterloo Bridge thronged with wagons piled high. From all quarters they are coming. Past Charing Cross, the great wains are arriving from Paddington Terminal, from the Market Garden section of Middlesex and Surrey. Down Wellington Street come carts laden with vegetables from Brentwood and Coggeshall, and neat vans packed with crates of watercress which grows in the lush lowlands of Suffolk and Cambridgeshire, and behind us are thundering huge 4-horse vehicles from the dock, vehicles with peaches from South Africa, potatoes from the Canary Islands, onions from France, apples from California, oranges from the West Indies, pineapples from Central America, grapes from Spain, and bananas from Colombia. We turn in under an archway behind a theatre and adjacent to the stage door of the Opera House. The booths are rapidly filling with produce. Gentlemen in long alpaca coats and carrying formidable marbled notebooks walk about with an important air. A mountain range of pumpkins rises behind a hill of cabbages. Festoons of onions are being suspended from rails. The heads of barrels are being knocked in, disclosing purple grapes buried in cork dust. Pears and figs, grown under glass for wealthy patrons, repose in soft tissue-lined boxes. A broken crate of tangerine oranges has spilled its contents in a splash of ruddy gold on the plank runway. A wagon is driven in, a heavy load of beets, and the broad wheels crush through the soft fruit so that the air is heavy with the acrid sweetness. We pick our way among the booths and stalls until we find the flowers. Here is a crowd of ladies, young, so-so, and some quite matronly, and all dressed in the same flamboyant finery of which I have spoken. They are grouped about an almost overpowering mass of blossoms. Roses just now predominate. There is a satisfying solidity about the bunches, a glorious abundance which, in a commodity so easily enjoyed without ownership, is scarcely credible. I feel no desire to own these huge aggregation of odorous beauty. It would be like owning a harem, one imagines. Violets, solid patches of vivid blue in round baskets, eglantine in dainty boxes, provide a foil to the majestic blazonry of the roses and the dew-spangled forest of maidenhair fern nearby. "And what are those things at all?" demands my companion, diverted for a moment from the flowers. She nods towards a mass of dull green affairs piled on mats of being lifted from big vans. She is a Cockney and displays surprise when she is told those things are bananas. She shrugs and turns again to the musk roses and forgets. But to me, as the harsh penetrating odor of the green fruit cuts across the heavy perfume of the flowers, comes a picture of the farms in distant Colombia or perhaps Costa Rica. There is nothing like an odor to stir memories. I see the timber pier and the long line of rackety open-slatted cars jangling into the dark shed, pushed by a noisy squealing locomotive. I see the boys lying asleep between shifts, their enormous straw hats covering their faces as they sprawl. In the distance rise the blue mountains, behind is the motionless blue sea. I hear the whine of the elevators, the monotonous click of the counters, the harsh cries of irresponsible and argumentative natives. I feel the heat of the tropic day and see the gleam of the white waves breaking on yellow sands below tall palms. I recall the mysterious, impenetrable solitude of the jungle, a solitude alive, if one is equipped with knowledge, with a ceaseless warfare of winged and crawling hosts. And while my companion is busily engaged in getting copy for a special article about the market, I step nimbly out of the way of a swarthy gentleman from Calabria, who with his two-wheeled barrow is the last link in the immense chain of transportation connecting the farmer in the distant tropics and the cockney pedestrian who halts on the sidewalk and purchases a banana for a couple of pennies. End of The Market by William McFee.
On Love by Percy B. Shelley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What is love? Ask him who lives. What is life? Ask him who adores. What is God? I know not the internal constitution of other men, nor is on thine whom I know address. I see that in some external attributes they resemble me, but when, misled by that appearance, I have thought to appeal to something in common, and unburthened my inmost soul to them, I have found my language misunderstood, like one in a distant and savage land. The more opportunities they have afforded me for experience, the wider has appeared the interval between us, and to a greater distance have the points of sympathy been withdrawn. With a spirit ill-fitted to sustain such proof, trembling and feeble through its tenderness, I have everywhere sought sympathy, and have found only repulse and disappointment. Thou demandest what is love. It is that powerful attraction towards all that we conceive, or fear, or hope beyond ourselves, when we find within our own thoughts the chasm of an insufficient void, and seek to waken in all things that are, a community with what we experience within ourselves. If we reason, we would be understood. If we imagine, we would that the airy children of our brain were born anew within another's. If we feel, we would that another's nerves should vibrate to our own, that the beams of our eyes should kindle at once, and mix and melt into our own, that lips of motionless eyes should not reply to lips quivering and burning with a heart's best blood. This is love. This is the bond and the sanction which connects not only man with man, but with everything which exists. We are born into the world, and there is something within us which, from the instant that we live, more and more thirsts after its likeness. It is probably in correspondence with this law that the infant drains milk from the bosom of its mother. This propensity develops itself with the development of our nature. We dimly see within our intellectual nature a miniature, as it were, of our entire self, yet deprived of all that we condemn or despise, the ideal prototype of everything excellent or lovely that we are capable of conceiving as belonging to the nature of man. Not only is a portrait of our external being, but an assemblage of the minutest particles of which our nature is composed. Footnote: these words are ineffectual and metaphorical. Most words are so. No help. A mirror whose surface reflects only the forms of purity and brightness, a soul within our soul that describes a circle around its proper paradise, which pain, and sorrow, and evil do not overleap. To these we eagerly refer all sensations, thirsting that they should resemble or correspond with it. The discovery of its antitype, the meeting with an understanding capable of clearly estimating our own, an imagination which should enter into and seize upon the subtle and delicate peculiarities which we have delighted to cherish and unfold in secret, with a frame whose nerves, like the chords of two exquisite lyres, strung to the accompaniment of one delightful voice, vibrate with the vibration of our own, and of a combination of all these in such proportion as the type within demands. This is the invincible and unattainable point to which love tends, and to attain which it urges forth the powers of man to arrest the faintest shadow of that, without the possession of which there is no rest nor respite to the heart over which it rules. Hence in solitude, or in that deserted state when we are surrounded by human beings, and yet they sympathize not with us, we love the flowers, the grass, and the waters, and the sky, in the motion of the very leaves of spring, in the blue air, there is then found a secret correspondence with our hearts. There is eloquence in the tongueless wind, and a melody in the flowing brooks, and the rustling of the reeds beside them, which by their inconceivable relation to something within the soul, awaken the spirits to a dance of breathless rapture, and bring tears of mysterious tenderness to the eyes, like the enthusiasm of patriotic success, or the voice of one beloved singing to you alone. Sterne says that, if he were in a desert, he would love some cypress. So soon as this want or power is dead, man becomes a living sepulchre of himself, and what yet survives is a mere husk of what once he was. End of Unlove by Percy B. Shelley, read by Britannia. Poets as Policemen by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Clements was one of the speakers at the Lotos Club dinner to Governor Odle, March 24, 1900. The police problem was referred to at length. Let us abolish policemen who carry clubs and revolvers, and put in a squad of poets armed to the teeth with poems on spring and love. I would be very glad to serve as commissioner, not because I think I am especially qualified, but because I am too tired to work and would like to take a rest. Howells would go well as my deputy. He is tired too, and needs a rest badly. I would start in at once to elevate, purify, and depopulate the red light district. I would assign the most soulful poets to that district, all heavily armed with their poems. Take Chauncey Depew as a sample. I would station them on the corners after they had rounded up all the depraved people of the district, so they could not escape, and then have them read from their poems to the poor unfortunates. The plan would be very effective in causing an immigration of the depraved element. End of Poets as Policemen by Mark Twain. Recording by Britannia.
Second Inaugural Address by Abraham Lincoln. Read by Daniel Vermont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lincoln's Second Inaugural Address. Fellow countrymen, at this second appearing to take the oath of the presidential office, there is less occasion for an extended address than there was at the first. Then a statement, somewhat in detail, of a course to be pursued, seemed fitting and proper. Now, at the expiration of 4 years, during which public declarations have been constantly called forth on every point and phase of the great contest which still absorbs the attention and engrosses the energies of the nation, little that is new could be presented. The progress of our arms, upon which all else chiefly depends, is as well known to the public as to myself, and it is, I trust, reasonably satisfactory and encouraging to all. With high hope for the future, no prediction in regard to it is ventured. On the occasion corresponding to this, 4 years ago, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. All dreaded it, all sought to avert it. While the inaugural address was being delivered from this place, devoted altogether to saving the Union without war, insurgent agents were in the city seeking to destroy it without war, seeking to dissolve the Union and divide effects by negotiation. Both parties deprecated war. But one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish. And the war came. 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was, somehow, the cause of the war. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union, even by war, while the government claimed no right to do more than to restrict the territorial enlargement of it. Neither party expected for the war the magnitude or the duration which it has already attained. Neither anticipated that the cause of the conflict might cease with, or even before, the conflict itself should cease. Each looked for an easier triumph and a result less fundamental and astounding. Both read the same Bible and prayed to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any men should dare to ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces. But let us judge not, that we be not judged. The prayers of both could not be answered. That of neither has been answered fully. The Almighty has his own purposes. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come. But woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. If we shall suppose that American slavery is one of those offenses which, in the providence of God, must needs come, but which, having continued through his appointed time, he now wills to remove, and that he gives to both North and South this terrible war, as the woe due to those by whom the offense came, shall we discern therein any departure from those divine attributes which the believers in a living God always ascribe to him? Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet, if God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn by the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. End of Second Inaugural Address by Abraham Lincoln. Read by Daniel Vermont, Osaka, Japan.
The Spirit of Japan by Sir Rabindranath Tagore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Spirit of Japan, a lecture by Sir Rabindranath Tagore, delivered for the students of the private colleges of Tokyo and the members of the Indo-Japanese Association at the Keio Gijuku University. I am glad to have this opportunity once more of speaking to you before I leave Japan. My stay here has been so short that one may think I have not earned my right to speak to you about anything concerning your country. I feel sure that I shall be told that I am idealizing certain aspects while leaving others unnoticed, and that there are chances of my disillusionment if I remain here for long. For I have known foreigners whose long experience has made them doubtful about your moral qualifications, even of your full efficiency in modern equipments of progress. But I am not going to be browbeaten by the authority of long experience, which is likely to be an experience of blindness carried through long years. I have known such instances in my own country. The mental sense, by the help of which we feel the spirit of a people, is like the sense of sight or of touch. It is a natural gift. It finds its objects, not by analysis, but by direct apprehension. Those who have not this vision merely see events and facts, and not their inner association. Those who have no ear for music hear sounds, but not the song. Therefore, when, by the mere reason of the lengthiness of their suffering, they threaten to establish the fact of the tune to be a noise, one need not be anxious about music. Very often it is mistakes that require longer time to develop their tangles, while the right answer comes promptly. You ask me how I can prove that I am right in my confidence that I can see. My answer is, because I see something which is positive. There are others who affirm that they see something contrary. It only shows that I am looking on the picture side of the canvas, and they on the blank side. Therefore, my short view is of more value than their prolonged stare. It is a truism to say that shadows accompany light. What you feel as the truth of a people has its numberless contradictions, just as the roundness of the earth is contradicted at every step by its hills and hollows. Those who can boast of a greater familiarity with your country than myself can bring before me loads of contradictions, but I remain firm upon my vision of a truth which does not depend upon its dimension, but upon its vitality. At first I had my doubts. I thought that I might not be able to see Japan as she is herself, but should have to be content to see the Japan that takes an acrobatic pride in violently appearing as something else. On my first arrival in this country, when I looked out from the balcony of a house on the hillside, the town of Kobe, that huge mass of corrugated iron roofs, appeared to me like a dragon, with glistening scales, basking in the sun, after having devoured a large slice of the living flesh of the earth. This dragon did not belong to the mythology of the past, but of the present, and with its iron mask it tried to look real to the children of the age, real as the majestic rocks on the shore, as the epic rhythm of the sea waves. Anyhow, it hid Japan from my view, and I felt myself like the traveller whose time is short, waiting for the cloud to be lifted to have a sight of the eternal snow on the Himalayan summit. I asked myself, will the dense mist of the Iron Age give way for a moment, and let me see what is true and abiding in this land? I was enveloped in a whirlwind of reception, but I had my misgivings and thought that this might be a violent outbreak of curiosity, or that these people felt themselves bound to show their appreciation of a man who had won renown from Europe, thus doing honor to the West in a vicarious form. But the clouds showed rifts, and glimpses I had of Japan where she is true and more human. While travelling in a railway train, I met, at a wayside station, some Buddhist priests and devotees. They brought their basket of fruits to me, and held their lighted incense before my face, wishing to pay homage to a man who had come from the land of Buddha. The dignified serenity of their bearing, the simplicity of their devoutness, seemed to fill the atmosphere of the busy railway station with a golden light of peace. Their language of silence drowned the noisy effusion of the newspapers. I felt that I saw something which was at the root of Japan's greatness. And since then I have had other opportunities of reaching the heart of the people, and I have come to the conclusion that the welcome which flowed towards me with such outburst of sincerity was owing to the fact that Japan felt the nearness of India to herself, and realized that her own heart has room to expand beyond her boundaries and the boundaries of the modern time. I have traveled in many countries and have met with men of all classes, but never in my travels did I feel the presence of the human so distinctly as in this land. In other great countries, signs of man's power loomed large, and I saw vast organizations which showed efficiency in all their features. There, display and extravagance, in dress, in furniture, in costly entertainments, are startling. They seem to push you back into a corner, like a poor intruder at a feast. They are apt to make you envious, or take your breath away with amazement. There you do not feel man as supreme. You are hurled against the stupendousness of things that alienates. But in Japan it is not the display of power or wealth that is the predominating element. You see everywhere emblems of love and admiration, and not mostly of ambition and greed. You see a people whose heart has come out and scattered itself in profusion in its commonest utensils of everyday life, in its social institutions, in its manners that are carefully perfect, and in its dealing with things that are not only deft but graceful in every movement. What has impressed me most in this country is the conviction that you have realized nature's secrets, not by methods of analytical knowledge, but by sympathy. You have known her language of lines and music of colors, the symmetry in her irregularities, and the cadence in her freedom of movements. You have seen how she leads her immense crowds of things, yet avoids all frictions, how the very conflicts in her creations break out in dance and music, how her exuberance has the aspect of the fullness of self-abandonment, and not a mere dissipation of display. You have discovered that nature reserves her power in forms of beauty, and it is this beauty which, like a mother, nourishes all the giant forces at her breast, keeping them in active vigor, yet in repose. You have known that energies of nature save themselves from wearing out by the rhythm of a perfect grace, and that she, with the tenderness of her curved lines, takes away fatigue from the world's muscles. I have felt that you have been able to assimilate these secrets into your life, and the truth which lies in the beauty of all things has passed into your souls. A mere knowledge of things can be had in a short enough time, but their spirit can only be acquired by centuries of training and self-control. Dominating nature from outside is a much simpler thing than making her your own in love's delight, which is a work of true genius. Your race has shown that genius, not by acquirements, but by creations, not by display of things, but by manifestation of its own inner being. This creative power there is in all nations, and it is ever active in getting hold of men's natures and giving them a form according to its ideals. But here, in Japan, it seems to have achieved its success, and deeply sunk into the minds of all men, and permeated their muscles and nerves. Your instincts have become true, your senses keen, and your hands have acquired natural skill. The genius of Europe has given her people the power of organization, which has specially made itself manifest in politics and commerce, and in coordinating scientific knowledge. The genius of Japan has given you the vision of beauty in nature and the power of realizing it in your life. And because of this fact, the power of organization has come so easily to your help when you needed it. For the rhythm of beauty is the inner spirit, whose outer body is organization. All particular civilization is the interpretation of particular human experience. Europe seems to have felt emphatically the conflict of things in the universe, which can only be brought under control by conquest. Therefore she is ever ready for fight, and the best portion of her attention is occupied in organizing forces. But Japan has felt, in her world, the touch of some presence which has evoked in her soul a feeling of reverent adoration. She does not boast of her mastery of nature, but to her she brings, with infinite care and joy, her offerings of love. Her relationship with the world is the deeper relationship of heart. This spiritual bond of love she has established with the hills of her country, with the sea and the streams, with the forest in all her flowery moods and varied physiognomy of branches. She has taken into her heart all the rustling whispers and sighings of the woodland and sobbing of the waves. The sun and the moon she has studied in all the modulations of their lights and shades, and she is glad to close her shops to greet the seasons in her orchards and gardens and cornfields. This opening of the heart to the soul of the world is not confined to a section of your privileged classes. It is not the forced product of exotic culture, but it belongs to all your men and women of all conditions. This experience of your soul in meeting a personality in the heart of the world has been embodied in your civilization. It is civilization of human relationship. Your duty towards your state has naturally assumed the character of filial duty, your nation becoming one family with your emperor as its head. Your national unity has not been evolved from the comradeship of arms for defensive and offensive purposes, or from partnership in raiding adventures, dividing among each member the danger and spoils of robbery. It is not an outcome of the necessity of organization for some ulterior purpose, but it is an extension of the family and the obligations of the heart in a wide field of space and time. The ideal of Maitri is at the bottom of your culture, Maitri with men and Maitri with nature. And the true expression of this love is in the language of beauty, which is so abundantly universal in this land. This is the reason why a stranger, like myself, instead of feeling envy or humiliation before these manifestations of beauty, these creations of love, feels a readiness to participate in the joy and glory of such revealment of the human heart. And this has made me all the more apprehensive of the change which threatens Japanese civilization as something like a menace to one's own person. For the huge heterogeneity of the modern age, whose only common bond is usefulness, is nowhere so pitifully exposed against the dignity and hidden power of reticent beauty as in Japan. But the danger lies in this, that organized ugliness storms the mind and carries the day by its mass, by its aggressive persistence, by its power of mockery directed against the deeper sentiments of heart. Its harsh obtrusiveness makes it forcibly visible to us, overcoming our senses, and we bring to its altar sacrifices, as does a savage to the fetish which appears powerful because of its hideousness. Therefore its rivalry to things that are modest and profound and have the subtle delicacy of life is to be dreaded. I am quite sure that there are men in your nation who are not in sympathy with your national ideas, whose object is to gain and not to grow. They are loud in their boast that they have modernized Japan. While I agree with them so far as to say that the spirit of the race should harmonize with the spirit of the time, I must warn them that modernizing is a mere affectation of modernism, just as affectation of poesy is poetizing. It is nothing but mimicry, only affectation is louder than the original, and it is too literal. One must bear in mind that those who have the true modern spirit need not modernize, just as those who are truly brave are no braggarts. Modernism is not in the dress of the Europeans, or in the hideous structures, where their children are interned when they take their lessons, or in the square houses with flat straight walled surfaces, pierced with parallel lines of windows, where these people are caged in their lifetime. Certainly modernism is not in their ladies' bonnets, carrying on them loads of incongruities. These are not modern, but merely European. True modernism is freedom of mind, not slavery of taste. It is independence of thought and action, not tutelage under European schoolmasters. It is science, but not its wrong application in life, a mere imitation of our science teachers who reduce it into a superstition absurdly invoking its aid for all impossible purposes. Science, when it oversteps its limits and occupies the whole region of life, has its fascination. It looks so powerful because of its superficiality, as does a hippopotamus which is very little else but physical. Science speaks of the struggle for existence, but forgets that man's existence is not merely of the surface. Man truly exists in the ideal of perfection, whose depth and height are not yet measured. Life based upon science is attractive to some men because it has all the characteristics of sport. It feigns seriousness, but is not profound. When you go a-hunting, the less pity you have, the better, for your one object is to chase the game and kill it, to feel that you are the greater animal, that your method of destruction is thorough and scientific. Because, therefore, a sportsman is only a superficial man, his fullness of humanity not being there to hamper him, he is successful in killing innocent life and is happy. And the life of science is that superficial life. It pursues success with skill and thoroughness, and takes no account of the higher nature of man. But even science cannot tow humanity against truth and be successful, and those whose minds are crude enough to plan their lives upon the supposition that man is merely a hunter, and his paradise the paradise of sportsmen, will be rudely awakened in the midst of their trophies of skeletons and skulls. For man's struggle for existence is to exist in the fullness of his nature, not by curtailing all that is best in him and dwarfing his existence itself, but by accepting all the responsibilities of his spiritual life, even through death and defeat. I do not for a moment suggest that Japan should be unmindful of acquiring modern weapons of self-protection. But this should never be allowed to go beyond her instinct of self-preservation. She must know that the real power is not in the weapons themselves, but in the man who wields those weapons, and when he, in his eagerness for power, multiplies his weapons at the cost of his own soul, then it is he who is in even greater danger than his enemies. Things that are living are so easily hurt, therefore they require protection. In nature, life protects itself within coverings which are built with life's own material. Therefore they are in harmony with life's growth, or else, when the time comes, they easily give way and are forgotten. The living man has his true protection in his spiritual ideals, which have their vital connection with his life and grow with his growth. But unfortunately, all his armor is not living. Some of it is made of steel, inert and mechanical. Therefore, while making use of it, man has to be careful to protect himself from its tyranny. If he is weak enough to grow smaller to fit himself to his covering, then it becomes a process of gradual suicide by shrinkage of the soul. And Japan must have a firm faith in the moral law of existence to be able to assert to herself that the Western nations are following that path of suicide, where they are smothering their humanity under the immense weight of organizations, in order to keep themselves in power and hold others in subjection. Therefore I cannot think that the imitation of the outward aspects of the West, which is becoming more and more evident in modern Japan, is essential to her strength or stability. It is burdening her true nature and causing weakness, which will be felt more deeply as time goes on. The habits which are being formed by the modern Japanese from their boyhood, the habits of the Western life, the habits of the alien culture, will prove, one day, a serious obstacle to the understanding of their own true nature. And then, if the children of Japan forget their past, if they stand as barriers, choking the stream that flows from the mountain peak of their ancient history, Their future will be deprived of the water of life that has made her culture so fertile with richness of beauty and strength. What is still more dangerous for Japan is not this imitation of the outer features of the West, but the acceptance of the motive force of the Western civilization as her own. Her social ideals are already showing signs of defeat at the hands of politics, and her modern tendency seems to incline towards political gambling in which the players stake their souls to win their game. I can see her motto taken from science, survival of the fittest, writ large at the entrance of her present-day history. The motto whose meaning is, help yourself and never heed what it costs to others. The motto of the blind man who only believes in what he can touch because he cannot see. But those who can see know that men are so closely knit that when you strike others the blow comes back to yourself. The moral law which is the greatest discovery of man is the discovery of this wonderful truth, that man becomes all the truer the more he realizes himself in others. This truth has not only a subjective value, but is manifested in every department of our life. And nations who sedulously cultivate moral blindness as the cult of patriotism will end their existence in a sudden and violent death. In past ages we had foreign invasions, there had been cruelty and bloodshed, intrigues of jealousy and avarice, but they never touched the soul of the people deeply, for the people as a body never participated in these games. They were merely the outcome of individual ambitions. The people themselves, being free from the responsibilities of the baser and more heinous side of those adventures, had all the advantage of the heroic and the human disciplines derived from them. This developed their unflinching loyalty, their single-minded devotion to the obligations of honor, their power of complete self-surrender, and fearless acceptance of death and danger. Therefore the ideals, whose seats were in the hearts of the people, would not undergo any serious change owing to the policies adopted by the kings or generals. But now, where the spirit of Western civilization prevails, the whole people is being taught from boyhood to foster hatreds and ambitions by all kinds of means, by the manufacture of half-truths and untruths in history, by persistent misrepresentation of other races and the culture of unfavorable sentiments towards them, by setting up memorials of events, very often false, which for the sake of humanity should be speedily forgotten, thus continually brewing evil menace towards neighbors and nations other than their own. This is poisoning the very fountainhead of humanity. It is discrediting the ideals which were born of the lives of men who were our greatest and best. It is holding up gigantic selfishness as the one universal religion for all nations of the world. We can take anything else from the hands of science, but not this elixir of moral death. Never think for a moment that the hurts you inflict upon other races will not infect you, and the enmities you sow around your homes will be a wall of protection to you for all time to come. To imbue the minds of a whole people with an abnormal vanity of its own superiority, to teach it to take pride in its moral callousness and ill-begotten wealth, to perpetuate humiliation or defeated nations by exhibiting trophies won from war, and using these in schools in order to breed in children's minds contempt for others, is imitating the West where she has a festering sore, whose swelling is a swelling of disease eating into its vitality. Our food crops, which are necessary for our sustenance, are products of centuries of selection and care. But the vegetation which we have not to transform into our lives does not require the patient thoughts of generations. It is not easy to get rid of weeds, but it is easy, by process of neglect, to ruin our food crops and let them revert to their primitive state of wildness. Likewise the culture which has so kindly adapted itself to your soil, so intimate with life, so human, not only needed tilling and weeding in past ages, but still needs anxious work and watching. What is merely modern, as science and methods of organization, can be transplanted, but what is vitally human has fibers so delicate and roots so numerous and far-reaching that it dies when moved from its soil. Therefore I am afraid of the rude pressure of the political ideals of the West upon your own. In political civilization the state is an abstraction, and relationship of men utilitarian. Because it has no roots in sentiments, it is so dangerously easy to handle. Half a century has been enough for you to master this machine, and there are men among you whose fondness for it exceeds their love for the living ideals which were born with the birth of your nation and nursed in your centuries. It is like a child who, in the excitement of his play, imagines he likes his playthings better than his mother. Where man is at his greatest, he is unconscious. Your civilization, whose mainspring is the bond of human relationship, has been nourished in the depth of a healthy life beyond reach of prying self-analysis. But a mere political relationship is all conscious. It is an eruptive inflammation of aggressiveness. It has forcibly burst upon your notice. And the time has come when you have to be roused into full consciousness of the truth by which you live, so that you may not be taken unawares. The past has been God's gift to you. About the present, you must make your own choice. So the questions you have to put to yourselves are these. Have we read the world wrong, and based our relation to it upon an ignorance of human nature? Is the instinct of the West right, where she builds her national welfare behind the barricade of a universal distrust of humanity? You must have detected a strong accent of fear whenever the West has discussed the possibility of the rise of an Eastern race. The reason of it is this, that the power by whose help she thrives is an evil power. So long as it is held on her own side, she can be safe, while the rest of the world trembles. The vital ambition of the present civilization of Europe is to have the exclusive possession of the devil. All her armaments and diplomacy are directed upon this one object. But these costly rituals for invocation of the evil spirit lead through a path of prosperity to the brink of cataclysm. The furies of terror which the West has let loose upon God's world come back to threaten herself and goad her into preparations of more and more frightfulness. This gives her no rest and makes her forget all else but the perils that she causes to others and incurs herself. To the worship of this devil of politics, she sacrifices other countries as victims. She feeds upon their dead flesh and grows fat upon it, so long as the carcasses remain fresh. But they are sure to rot at last, and the dead will take their revenge by spreading pollution far and wide and poisoning the vitality of the feeder. Japan had all her wealth of humanity, her harmony of heroism and beauty, her depth of self-control and richness of self-expression. Yet the Western nations felt no respect for her till she proved that the bloodhounds of Satan are not only bred in the kennels of Europe, but can also be domesticated in Japan and fed with man's miseries. They admit Japan's equality with themselves only when they know that Japan also possesses the key to open the floodgate of hellfire upon the fair earth whenever she chooses, and can dance, in their own measure, the devil dance of pillage, murder, and ravishment of innocent women, while the world goes to ruin. We know that in the early stage of man's moral immaturity, he only feels reverence for the God whose malevolence he dreads. But is this the ideal of man which we can look up to with pride? After centuries of civilization, nations fearing each other like the prowling wild beasts of the night time, shutting their doors of hospitality, combining only for purpose of aggression or defense, hiding in their holes their trade secrets, state secrets, secrets of their armaments, making peace offerings to the barking dogs of each other with the meat which does not belong to them, holding down fallen races struggling to stand upon their feet, counting their safety only upon the feebleness of the rest of humanity. with their right hands dispensing religion to weaker peoples, while robbing them with their left. Is there anything in this to make us envious? Are we to bend our knees to the spirit of this civilization, which is sowing broadcast over all the world seeds of fear, greed, suspicion, unashamed lies of its diplomacy, and unctuous lies of its profession of peace and goodwill and universal brotherhood of man? Can we have no doubt in our minds when we rush to the Western market to buy this foreign product in exchange for our own inheritance? I am aware how difficult it is to know oneself, and the man who is intoxicated furiously denies his drunkenness. Yet the West herself is anxiously thinking of her problems and trying experiments. But she is like a glutton who has not the heart to give up his intemperance in eating, and fondly clings to the hope that he can cure his nightmares of indigestion by medicine. Europe is not ready to give up her political inhumanity, with all the baser passions of man attendant upon it. She believes only in modification of systems, and not in change of heart. We are willing to buy their machine-made systems, not with our hearts, but with our brains. We shall try them and build sheds for them, but not enshrine them in our homes or temples. There are races who worship the animals they kill. We can buy meat from them when we are hungry, but not the worship which goes with the killing. We must not vitiate our children's minds with the superstition that business is business, war is war, politics is politics. We must know that man's business has to be more than mere business, and so have to be his war and politics. You had your own industry in Japan. How scrupulously honest and true it was you can see by its products, by their grace and strength, their conscientiousness in details, where they can hardly be observed. But the tidal wave of falsehood has swept over your land from that part of the world where business is business, and honesty is followed in it merely as the best policy. Have you never felt shame when you see the trade advertisements, not only plastering the whole town with lies and exaggerations, but invading the green fields where the peasants do their honest labor, and the hilltops which greet the first pure light of the morning? It is so easy to dull our sense of honor and delicacy of mind with constant abrasion, while falsehoods stalk abroad with proud steps in the name of trade, politics, and patriotism, that any protest against their perpetual intrusion into our lives is considered to be sentimentalism, unworthy of true manliness. And it has come to pass that the children of those heroes who would keep their word at the point of death, who would disdain to cheat men for vulgar profit, who even in their fight would much rather court defeat than be dishonorable, have become energetic in dealing with falsehoods, and do not feel humiliated by gaining advantage from them. And this has been effected by the charm of the word modern. But if undiluted utility be modern, beauty is of all ages. If mean selfishness be modern, the human ideals are no new inventions. And we must know for certain that however modern may be the proficiency which clips and cripples man for the sake of methods and machines, it will never live to be old. When Japan is in imminent peril of neglecting to realize where she is great, it is the duty of a foreigner like myself to remind her that she has given rise to a civilization which is perfect in its form, and has evolved a sense of sight which clearly sees truth in beauty, and beauty in truth. She has achieved something which is positive and complete. It is easier for a stranger to know what is in her, which is truly valuable for all mankind, what is there which only she, of all other races, has produced from her inner life and not from her mere power of adaptability. Japan must be reminded that it is her sense of the rhythm of life and of all things, her genius for simplicity, her love for cleanliness, her definiteness of thought and action, her cheerful fortitude, her immense reserve of force and self-control, her sensitiveness to her code of honor and defiance of death, which have given her the power to resist the cyclonic storm of exploitation that has sprung from the shores of Europe circling round and round the world. All these qualities are the outcome of a civilization whose foundation is in the spiritual ideals of life. Such a civilization has the gift of immortality, for it does not offend against the laws of creation, and is not assailed by all the forces of nature. I feel it is an impiety to be indifferent to its protection from the incursion of vulgarity of power. But while trying to free our minds from the arrogant claims of Europe, and to help ourselves out of the quicksands of our infatuation, we may go to the other extreme and blind ourselves with a wholesale suspicion of the West. The reaction of disillusionment is just as unreal as the first shock of illusion. We must try to come to that normal state of mind, by which we can clearly discern our own danger and avoid it, without being unjust towards the source of that danger. There is always the natural temptation in us of wishing to pay back Europe in her own coin, and return contempt for contempt, and evil for evil. But that again would be to imitate Europe in one of her worst features, which comes out in her behavior to people whom she describes as yellow or red, brown or black. And this is a point on which we in the East have to acknowledge our guilt, and own that our sin has been as great, if not greater, when we insulted humanity by treating with utter disdain and cruelty men who belonged to a particular creed, color, or caste. It is really because we are afraid of our own weakness, which allows itself to be overcome by the sight of power, that we try to substitute for it another weakness, which makes itself blind to the glories of the West. When we truly know the Europe which is great and good, we can effectively save ourselves from the Europe which is mean and grasping. It is easy to be unfair in one's judgment when one is faced with human miseries, and pessimism is the result of building theories while the mind is suffering. To despair of humanity is only possible if we lose faith in the power which brings to its strength, when its defeat is greatest, and call out new life from the depth of its destruction. We must admit that there is a living soul in the West which is struggling unobserved against the hugeness of the organizations under which men, women, and children are being crushed, and whose mechanical necessities are ignoring laws that are spiritual and human, the soul whose sensibilities refuse to be dulled completely by dangerous habits of heedlessness in dealing with races for whom it lacks natural sympathy. The West could never have risen to the eminence she has reached if her strength were merely the strength of the brute or of the machine. The divine in her heart is suffering from the injuries inflicted by her hands upon the world, and from this pain of her higher nature flows the secret balm which will bring healing to those injuries. Time after time she has fought against herself and has undone the chains, which with her own hands she has fastened round helpless limbs, and though she forced poison down the throat of a great nation at the point of sword for gain of money, she herself woke up to withdraw from it, to wash her hands clean again. This shows hidden springs of humanity in spots which look dead and barren. It proves that the deeper truth in her nature, which can survive such career of cruel cowardliness, is not greed, but reverence for unselfish ideals. It would be altogether unjust, both to us and to Europe, to say that she has fascinated the modern Eastern mind by the mere exhibition of her power. Through the smoke of cannons and dust of markets, the light of her moral nature has shone bright, and she has brought to us the ideal of ethical freedom, whose foundation lies deeper than social conventions, and whose providence of activity is worldwide. The East has instinctively felt, even through her aversion, that she has a great deal to learn from Europe, not merely about the materials of power, but about its inner source, which is of mind and of the moral nature of man. Europe has been teaching us the higher obligations of public good above those of the family and the clan, and the sacredness of law, which makes society independent of individual caprice, secures for it continuity of progress, and guarantees justice to all men of all positions in life. Above all things, Europe has held high before our minds the banner of liberty, through centuries of martyrdom and achievement, liberty of conscience, liberty of thought and action, liberty in the ideals of art and literature. And because Europe has won our deep respect, she has become so dangerous for us where she is turbulently weak and false, dangerous like poison when it is served along with our best food. There is one safety for us upon which we hope we may count, and that is, that we can claim Europe herself as our ally in our resistance to her temptations and to her violent encroachments, for she has ever carried her own standard of perfection, by which we can measure her falls and gauge her degrees of failure, by which we can call her before her own tribunal and put her to shame, the shame which is the sign of the true pride of nobleness. But our fear is that the poison may be more powerful than the food, and what is strength in her today may not be the sign of health, but the contrary, for it may be temporarily caused by the upsetting of the balance of life. Our fear is that evil has a fateful fascination when it assumes dimensions which are colossal, and though at last it is sure to lose its center of gravity, by its abnormal disproportion, the mischief which it creates before its fall may be beyond reparation. Therefore I ask you to have the strength of faith and clarity of mind to know for certain that the lumbering structure of modern progress, riveted by the iron bolts of efficiency, which runs upon the wheels of ambition, cannot hold together for long. Collisions are certain to occur, for it has to travel upon organized lines. It is too heavy to choose its own course freely, and once it is off the rails, its endless train of vehicles is dislocated. A day will come when it will fall in a heap of ruin and cause serious obstruction to the traffic of the world. Do we not see signs of this even now? Does not the voice come to us through the din of war, the shrieks of hatred, the wailings of despair, through the churning of the unspeakable filth which has been accumulating for ages in the bottom of this civilization, the voice which cries to our soul that the tower of national selfishness, which goes by the name of patriotism, which has raised its banner of treason against heaven, must totter and fall with a crash, weighed down by its own bulk, its flag kissing the dust, its light extinguished? My brothers, when the red light of conflagration sets up its crackle of laughter to the stars, keep your faith upon those stars and not upon the fire of destruction. For when this conflagration consumes itself and dies down, leaving its memorial in ashes, the eternal light will again shine in the east which has been the birthplace of the morning sun of man's history. And who knows if that day has not already dawned, and the sun not risen, in the easternmost horizon of Asia? And I offer, as did my ancestor Rishis, my salutation to that sunrise of the east, which is destined once again to illumine the whole world. I know my voice is too feeble to raise itself above the uproar of this bustling time, and it is easy for any street urchin to fling against me the epithet of unpractical. It will stick to my coat-tail, never to be washed away, effectively excluding me from the consideration of all respectable persons. I know what a risk one runs from the vigorously athletic crowds to be styled an idealist in these days, when thrones have lost their dignity and prophets have become an anachronism, when the sound that drowns all voices is the noise of the marketplace. Yet when, one day, standing on the outskirts of Yokohama town, bristling with its display of modern miscellanies, I watched the sunset in your southern sea, and saw its peace and majesty among your pine-clad hills, with the great Fujiyama growing faint against the golden horizon, like a god overcome with its own radiance, The music of eternity welled up through the evening silence, and I felt that the sky and the earth and the lyrics of the dawn and the dayfall are with the poets and idealists, and not with the marketsman robustly contemptuous of all sentiments; that, after the forgetfulness of his own divinity, man will remember again that heaven is always in touch with his world, which can never be abandoned for good to the hounding wolves of the modern era, scenting human blood and howling to the skies. End of The Spirit of Japan by Sir Rabindranath Tagore. Read by Avai in September 2012.
The 12 Men by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The other day, while I was meditating on morality and Mr. H. Pitt, I was, so to speak, snatched up and put into a jury box to try people. The snatching took some weeks, but to me it seemed something sudden and arbitrary. I was put into this box because I lived in Battersea, and my name began with a C. Looking round me, I saw that there were also summoned and in attendance in the court whole crowds and processions of men, all of whom lived in Battersea, and all of whose names began with a C. It seemed that they always summoned jurymen in this sweeping alphabetical way. At one official blow, so to speak, Battersea is denuded of all its C's, and left to get on as best it can with the rest of the alphabet. A Cummerpatch is missing from one street, a Chiselpop from another, 3 Chucksterfields from Chucksterfield House. The children are crying out for an absent Cadgerboy. The woman at the street corner is weeping for her coffin top, and will not be comforted. We settle down with a rollicking ease into our seats, for we are a bold, devil-may-care race, the C's of Battersea, and an oath is administered to us in a totally inaudible manner by an individual resembling an army surgeon in his second childhood. We understand, however, that we are to well and truly try the case between our Sovereign Lord the King and the prisoner at the bar, neither of whom has put in an appearance as yet. Just when I was wondering whether the King and the prisoner were, perhaps, coming to an amicable understanding in some adjoining public house, the prisoner's head appears above the barrier of the dock. He is accused of stealing bicycles, and he is the living image of a great friend of mine. We go into the matter of the stealing of the bicycles. We do well and truly try the case between the King and the prisoner in the affair of the bicycles, and we come to the conclusion, after a brief but reasonable discussion, that the King is not in any way implicated. Then we pass on to a woman who neglected her children, and who looks as if somebody or something had neglected her, and I am one of those who fancy that something had. All the time that the eye took in these light appearances, and the brain passed these light criticisms, there was in the heart a barbaric pity and fear which men have never been able to utter from the beginning, but which is the power behind half the poems of the world. The mood cannot even adequately be suggested, except faintly by this statement that tragedy is the highest expression of the infinite value of human life. Never had I stood so close to pain, and never so far away from pessimism. Ordinarily I should not have spoken of these dark emotions at all, for speech about them is too difficult, but I mention them now for a specific and particular reason, to the statement of which I will proceed at once. I speak these feelings because out of the furnace of them there came a curious realization of a political or social truth. I saw with a queer and indescribable kind of clearness what a jury really is, and why we must never let it go. The trend of our epoch up to this time has been consistently towards specialism and professionalism. We tend to have trained soldiers because they fight better, trained singers because they sing better, trained dancers because they dance better, specially instructed laughers because they laugh better, and so on and so on. The principle has been applied to law and politics by innumerable modern writers. Many Fabians have insisted that a greater part of our political work should be performed by experts. Many legalists have declared that the untrained jury should be altogether supplanted by the trained judge. Now, if this world of ours were really what is called reasonable, I do not know that there would be any fault to find with this. But the true result of all experience, and the true foundation of all religion, is this, that the 4 or 5 things that is most practically essential that a man should know are all of them what people call paradoxes. That is to say, that though we all find them in life to be mere plain truths, yet we cannot easily state them in words without being guilty of seeming verbal contradictions. One of them, for instance, is the unimpeachable platitude that the man who finds most pleasure for himself is often the man who least hunts for it. Another is the paradox of courage, the fact that the way to avoid death is not to have too much aversion to it. Whoever is careless enough of his bones to climb some hopeful cliff above the tide may save his bones by that carelessness. Whoever will lose his life, the same shall save it, an entirely practical and prosaic statement. Now, one of these 4 or 5 paradoxes which should be taught to every infant prattling at his mother's knee is the following: that the more a man looks at a thing, the less he can see it, and the more a man learns a thing, the less he knows it. The Fabian argument of the expert, that the man who is trained should be the man who is trusted, would be absolutely unanswerable if it were really true that a man who studied a thing and practised it every day went on seeing more and more of its significance. But he does not. He goes on seeing less and less of its significance. In the same way, alas, we all go on every day, unless we are continually goading ourselves into gratitude and humility, seeing less and less of the significance of the sky or the stones. Now it is a terrible business to mark a man out for the vengeance of men, but it is a thing to which a man can grow accustomed, as he can to other terrible things. He can even grow accustomed to the sun. And the horrible thing about all legal officials, even the best, about all judges, magistrates, barristers, detectives and policemen, is not that they are wicked, some of them are good, not that they are stupid, several of them are quite intelligent. It is simply that they have got used to it. Strictly, they do not see the prisoner in the dock. All they see is the usual man in the usual place. They do not see the awful court of judgment. They only see their own workshop. Therefore, the instinct of Christian civilization has most wisely declared that into their judgments there shall upon every occasion be infused fresh blood and fresh thoughts from the streets. Men shall come in who can see the court and the crowd, and coarse faces of the policemen and the professional criminals, the wasted faces of the wastrels, the unreal faces of the gesticulating counsel, and see it all as one sees a new picture or a play hitherto unvisited. Our civilization has decided, and very justly decided, that determining the guilt or innocence of men is a thing too important to be trusted to trained men. It wishes for light upon that awful matter. It asks men who know no more law than I know, but who can feel the things that I felt in the jury box. When it wants a library catalogued, or the solar system discovered, or any trifle of that kind, it uses up specialists. But when it wishes anything done which is really serious, it collects 12 of the ordinary men standing round. The same thing was done, if I remember right, by the founder of Christianity. End of The 12 Men by G. K. Chesterton. Read by Noel Badrian.